Sorry about that, TJ. Run a little bit behind, and I was gonna have my lights hooked up and everything, but Steve messed around with stuff today, moving things around, and now for some reason I don't know what's going on back there. Hey, John. Um, I think I'm gonna step back there real quick. Join the TJ Frizzy order. Yeah, exactly. Guys, I'm going to step back there and see if I can get this working. I got it working for like half a second. Um, and I have no idea what's going on now. And it's just bugging the hell out of me because I don't know what's going on here. So if y'all just bear with me a second. And TJ, I'm going to add you. I just don't know what's going on here. Absolutely no idea what's going on. I don't know what happened to this thing. Oops. Well, the whole works is like messed up. Alright. I have no idea. I don't know if this outlet is dead or what is going on here. Well, I guess we ain't gonna have the fancy lights because I don't know what's going on. Everything's went kaplooey. I guess that's what I get for not testing this out, but it was working the last I knew, and now all of a sudden, I think I know what's wrong here. Well, I thought I did. There we go. Something got unplugged back here. Sorry about that, guys. On myself with that. All right, call Dana unprofessional here. That's exactly what it is. Poor TJ waiting back there patiently. I didn't even know Steve got back there and messed around with that stuff that much. All my plugins were unplugged. So let me add TJ to the stream. He's the evidently the narrator for Tales from the Darkside. Looks like. Have you got the voice? Have you been practicing your narrator voice?
I don't do impressions.
Okay. I remember that. Yeah, you told me that before.
I mean, I'll do them, but they're not good, so I say I don't do them. So if I sound close, then I'm lucky. Yeah.
Right. Well, in this case, Wes, I think Steve is the one to blame for because like he was over in that area and he had everything unplugged. Like he tore down his desk back here. He has one of those setups where you basically put a piece of wood over two cabinet drawers. You know, you've probably seen those YouTube setups where people have got two sets of drawers and then they set a nice piece of wood on there and that's their computer desk. So he got the big idea since he's on vacation that he was going to tear everything apart. And he had everything unplugged. He unplugged me from the wireless. That's okay. Whenever I was working today, so I lost my wireless temporarily, and I was working on tickets and stuff like that. It's a good thing I wasn't on a call when he did that. But so anyway, Yeah, so definitely I got to blame him for that one. So let me see. Yeah, and TJ, again, I'm sorry about not putting that stream link up. I don't know where my brain was.
That's okay. Oh, Garrett had to cancel his stream. Oh well.
Oh.
He had a stream and he just posted in the chat canceled. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
double
wow.
streamer. I'm a double streamer. I'm watching one and I'm on another one.
Right. And Texas says, all you mofos hit the like button. Hey, Darren.
No one cares.
Join the Darren Burroughs order. We're going to join all these different orders. Let's see.
I'm not a joiner.
Wes says, fuck the lights, Dana. Well, you know, I like my lights. I like them. I like all the colors and the little star formation back there. I'm going to start using my green screen again eventually, but that kind of makes Wes have motion sickness. So I don't know. It's maybe the lesser of the two evils there.
I like the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar episode. Hey, how dare you?
Yeah, I do too.
It's funny. It's like Colin can't. Well, we'll get to it, but you know.
Wes, I don't think old Curly Jaws is in here. I don't see him in the chat. Oh, yeah, he is now. Okay. Sorry about that, old Curly Jaws. Uncle Rad, I don't think anybody is ready for a slice of your ass. Not actually. Yeah, let's see.
No, thank you. I'm on a diet.
Me too.
I am now after that comment, but yeah.
I've taken ass off of the menu, so let's see. Hey, so we've got John Grande and we got Movie Junkie John. We got both Johns in here tonight. John says, hey, y'all, it's that Chucky doll in the back come to life screwing around, or his cousin Dolly Deers. Yeah, something evidently was going on.
We got more Johns than a hooker convention.
You're right, exactly. Texas says Steve probably told the desk to shut up. No, he was telling Brandon to shut up last night. He was pissed because Brandon was barking last night. John Grande says, I know CK's favorite is the genie one with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Yeah.
Yeah. and Movie Junkie John says, before the end of the night, Chucky is going to scream, motherfucker, in the back, ripping out the AC outlets. Lord, I hope not. Okay. So now that I've perused the chat and got my ducks in a row here and made sure I put the stream up for TJ so he can get in here.
Oh, the VHS tape. Ooh.
I like that. That's actually better. That's actually better than the covers for
well, I have this box set. I don't know. It's a glare in here. So, I don't know how cameras work. There we go.
I got these early on. These were when they like first came out, before that set came out. Yeah. So I have them all in like the first seasons in one group, and then second, third.
I don't have them with me right now because they're in storage, but I have a couple of laser discs with random episodes on them.
I never had any laser discs of them.
Yeah. And then I got my Creep Show because this show was almost Creep Show the series before we got recently the series.
Yes, exactly. It definitely was.
Yeah.
Oh, Curly Jaw says, Brandon's gonna RKO Steve. Poor Brandon, bless his heart. I don't think he could RKO anybody at this point. You know, when you're 16 years old, you're you pretty much you eat and sleep most of the time. Uncle Rad says Steve is going to rape everything inside if he gets woken up again. Well, let me tell you, when he gets woken up from a dead sleep, the last thing he wants to do is rape anything. He just wants to yell and scream and carry on because he gets angry. So, if you guys had any doubt about what we're going to talk about tonight, me and TJ are going to be talking about the first season of Tales from the Darkside. And this is, for me, this is when television horror was king. I mean, I think that this time period when Tales from the Darkside was out, the Twilight Zone in the 80s was out, all of that stuff. And dare I say it, I think this stuff was better than American Horror Story. Now, don't throw stuff at me. Don't throw stuff at me, please. Hey, Dirk. But I do think that as cheesy as some people may think some of these episodes are, that we're going to be talking about during these streams, I just think that they were more fun. And I'm a huge Stephen King fan, and a lot of these episodes, especially from Tales from the Darkside, were based on Stephen King short stories primarily. Because you wouldn't want to take a novel and try to make a 22-minute episode or something like that. Hey, Afro. John Grande says he loves the first season. And I do too. I think it's probably, although I like episodes from pretty much all of the seasons, this is probably my favorite. Oh, and John Grande also says, he said, just covered it this past September with my friend John Steele on my channel. Awesome. So we're going to kick it off here. We've got like 8 to 10 people in here. It's kind of fluctuating back and forth. And so I thought that, and if TJ, if you have any better ideas about how to do this, I thought we would just go through the episodes and I would talk a little bit about the episode and you could talk a little bit about it. And then we'd go on to the next episode. But I think because TJ is my guest or my co-host on this stream, I'm going to let him go ahead and talk about the first episode or the debut episode, which is Trick or Treat.
Well, let's see. Never heard of the director.
Got notes too.
Well, George Romero, obviously, because like I said, Creepshow. This was going to originally be the Creepshow series, and things fell apart behind the scenes, so they had to do something else. So I guess they were going to do like the comic book part. So everything that was special to Creepshow specifically, they couldn't do because of rights issues, I guess. And so they did this pilot, which the pilot wasn't named Tales from the Darkside. I don't know if they came up with it later or what the story was behind that. But anyway, look through my notes like I'm professional. Let's see.
That is professional because I don't have any notes. I'm very unprofessional tonight.
I just want to say a little bit about the narrator because he was from Boston, so I gotta do a shout out to Boston. So he was married to the actress who played the Tony Soprano's mother on The Sopranos, Nancy Marchand. Yeah, they were married. I don't think he appeared in any of the episodes. He just did, he just did the narration. You know, yeah. So let's get to the trick or treat episode. So first of all, I was rewatching like a bunch of episodes yesterday, and I noticed I never thought of it until now that this first story is basically Ebenezer Scrooge. Basically, he gets visited by 3 ghosts, but this one has the children instead, and then we get the ghost at the end. So and it's got the whole, he's a rich miser, and we have even the beginning where the two lawyers or whatever or bankers come and have a discussion with him just to show how cheap he is. So I was like, oh, duh, this is a Christmas Carol, but a trick or treat version, so a Halloween version. Yeah, I remember this being like the first thing on TV, like that was a TV show that like kind of got to me, because that witch is very disturbing looking. The cackle, the way the actress played it, it's very spooky. And I think it really, for a first episode, I think it really worked well. I mean, you got the basic idea in a short period of time who the main guy was, and you understood what was going on. Yeah, I don't know what else. The Ed French, who did the special effects for a lot of the episodes, played the devil in the closing, the second to last scene.
Right. Yeah, I'd forgotten
he's
about
also
it.
in a couple. I think he's in a later episode. He plays a vampire in one episode later on. No, that was Monsters. In Monsters, he played a vampire.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like he was before what's his face? I can't remember his name. Tom Savini. He was he was I think he did most of the special effects, at least the monsters on the show.
Right.
And of course, somebody had to do their own monster, but that's episode coming up later. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good episode. It's a solid episode. Definitely, you can see why they picked it up as a series from that point on. And I don't know. What's your take?
Well, I also like this episode very much. I think it's a great debut or pilot episode for the series. I mean, to me, it was a strong episode. And that's what you want to do when you're trying to market a series and you want the series to get picked up. You want to pick a strong pilot. So I think they were smart by kicking it off with this story. But I do agree with TJ that it's definitely a Halloween version of Ebenezer Scrooge. That's what I thought about that too when I was rewatching the episode. That this guy is like Ebenezer Scrooge, only there's a more of a horrific element to it. I agree. The witch is very creepy. The witch to me is more creepy than the devil. Actually, I don't know. I kind of laughed at the devil when when Gideon Hackles, the old Scrooge, is crawling, trying to get to his money, and he's crawling deeper and deeper into hell. And the devil is saying, "You're getting hotter, Gideon, hotter." And he just keeps saying it over and over again. And so, I don't know that kids watching that, because I don't remember a lot about watching that specific episode when I was a kid. I'm not sure that they would understand the implications of that Gideon was crawling his way into hell. But as an adult, I definitely realized that that's what was happening. And he was just a greedy old miser, and he got his just desserts, just like in those old EC comics. the Tales from the Crypt and the Vault of Horror and all those different types of comic books that were big. Oh, when were those big? I'm trying to think when the
50s.
50s. Okay.
Yeah, in the 50s.
Until like they put the kibosh on comics for a little bit, or the comics code came into play. But sorry to interrupt you, TJ. Go ahead.
No, that's what you were talking. It's okay.
But
I noticed that the character was very Upson Pratt from Creepshow.
yes,
I think they sort of. I don't know if they when they wrote it, they specifically thought of that, but he kind of looks like him a little bit. You know, an old rich crazy guy, but he seemed to reflect it a little bit.
He was more of like a TV version of Upson Pratt, because he wasn't telling people to go out and fuck somebody, or
Well, yeah.
They couldn't get by with that on TV, of course. But speaking of this being on TV, I think they got away with quite a bit as far as visuals.
Mm-hmm.
With this, I am not so sure, even though we've kind of progressed into a realm as far as television is concerned, and some of the cable channels like TBS and TNT, they all show more than they used to show. But still, I think that this was very surprising that they were able to get away with as much stuff as they did with this show at that time period. And this was a show my family sat down as a family and watched. We watched it every week. And so it was definitely, a family affair around my household. Because like I've said before, my mom was always a horror buff. She liked her horror movies early on, and my dad liked them somewhat, not quite as much as my mom. I think I take after my mom quite a bit, but now my mom's kind of moved over to like ghost stories and stuff on LMN, or the Women in Peril channel, as I like to call it. But she used to really like, slasher films and stuff like that, and just not so much now. Let me see what everybody's saying in the chat here. Movie Junkie John says, great intro for an anthology show, very creepy. I totally agree with that. Dirk says, man, I remember the intro and outro for Tales from the Darkside creeping my little ass out late at night. John Grande says, perfect kickoff show. Romero did a good job writing, and it gives a nice setup for what's to come in the series. Dirk says, I don't remember much from Tales from the Darkside, but I kind of remember an episode about witches, like in the 16th or 17th century. Yeah, I believe there is one of those from later in, I don't think it's this season, but I think it might be one of the later seasons. John Grande says, that's so cool, Dana. I would have loved to watch this weekly with the family. Yeah, it was, my family was not, well, we weren't abnormal, but I sometimes thought we weren't like we didn't have the typical family dynamic. Like, you wouldn't have caught my Aunt Pam sitting down and watching a show like this with her family. But when my cousin Heather would come to visit, we're going to talk about one of my favorite episodes here in a little bit, A Case of the Stubborns. That's one I remember very much. It's very vivid. It's almost like it happened yesterday. That me and Heather sitting on the floor in my parents' living room with our popcorn and our lemonade, because I think it might have been in the summertime or something, and just sitting there watching that episode. Yes, Dirk, it did come on CBS. It certainly did.
Originally,
Okay.
it was on at midnight, like late. It was a late night show before it got syndicated. Then it was on during like the daytime hours, which I'm like, maybe they got away with a lot of stuff because it was on so late. But then again, I don't remember them really editing much out of the show when it went to syndication. So either it could have been the time slot that like they didn't think anybody was going to watch that time slot, like young kids or whatever. So
Right.
they thought they could probably get away with more about it. But then they had a lot of comedic episodes. When they later did the show Monsters, I think it got very goofy and comedic. So they got away from the being too much like a horror
Well,
type of
there
thing.
was one episode of Monsters that I remember that was based on a Stephen King story called The Moving Finger. Do you remember that one where the finger showed up in that guy's sink one day?
Sounds familiar. I haven't seen a lot of. I only remember like 2 episodes from that show.
Okay, so I guess we'll move right along to the next episode, which has Vic Tayback in it.
Yep.
How many people remember Vic Tayback?
Remember Alice? No one knows that. No one
yeah.
remembers that.
This one's called The New Man, and I'm going to turn it over to TJ to give his thoughts first on The New Man episode.
Well, we're going to let everybody know we're going to be probably spoiling it. So if you haven't seen any of these episodes,
yes,
tough luck.
definitely.
Sorry.
Definitely.
We could talk about it, but I think we could do it without spoiling the endings. But I think like the twists are kind of like the best parts of a lot of the episodes. So if you don't talk about it, you're like, well, what are we going to talk about? The cinematography. That's a lot of. You could tell a lot of it was cheap sets and like just like lot stuff that they just happen to have or walls. You can tell it looks like there's just a couple of walls up, and they did their best to light it, and it looked very soap opera.
Yes.
And it was usually like one room that they filmed the episode in, so you didn't get like a lot of variety. There were a couple of them, but for the most part, yeah. The ending to that. I'm just gonna spoil the ending. The ending to that's very creepy. That you want to believe that. So it's about a guy who's just fallen. He's just been. I guess he was in rehab, and he lost his job. He lost his family. He finally got his life together and got sober, and he comes back home, and there's this kid who claims to be his son, and he has no memory of it, and everybody else is like, how don't you don't remember your son? People at work, they're like, how don't you don't remember your son? And he gets crazy. He's like it's like The Shining, where he gets crazier and well, he does a better job of not looking totally crazy at the beginning, like
exactly.
But he does a good build up to just falling back off the wagon, on the wagon, whatever it is. And then the reveal where it's just where you realize well, that's another thing too. You can look at it both ways. You could look at it where at the end where he's just basically drinking again. He goes back to drinking. He loses his job. He loses his family again, and this kid is still there. And it could be maybe he was such a drunk that it just when he finally got sober, it's like he screwed him up, and maybe he forgot about his son. But it's Tales from the Darkside, so it's supernatural. So there's really there's not 100%. Like, oh, maybe he's just crazy. But the kid's really creepy.
Yeah, that kid is super creepy.
He's trying to be like the boy next door type of kid. Like, gee, golly, that kind of thing. But he's creepy, and he's not overtly creepy, but it's just with the whole situation and the atmosphere and Vic Tayback getting so agitated and the kid's very calm. Like, it's like you kind of like get bothered by the kid more than anything.
Yeah. And, one of the things about it is it happens to another guy at the end of the episode. The same thing was going to start happening to this guy that happened to Vic Tayback. And the kid looks even more creepy. That ending shot where it's just zoomed in on his face, and the look he has on his face, it just almost gives you cold chills. So I see that people are putting some stuff in the chat about this. John Grande says, "Oh my God, the Vic Tayback one is so confusing." I don't understand the ending at all. Was the kid working for an evil organization? And then John Grande also says, "I read somewhere that Jerry is symbolic of alcoholism," and that could be a big part of it.
Yeah, I think that was very blatant in the episode that's what it was about. It's the struggle and it's trying to keep, like, I'm not an alcoholic. I don't know it specifically, but it's kind of the struggle to keep yourself sober, to keep yourself clean, and and you have these things, like I said, you have your job and you have your family, and you got to be strong for them. And if drinking is taking over and it's basically ruined your life, and so this kid is basically a symbol for alcoholism with a spooky, supernatural.
I just had a thought too. Like, remember the Stephen King story in Cat's Eye about James Woods' character trying to quit smoking, and
there's an episode coming up that is basically the same thing.
Yeah. And so this is kind of like a reverse thing, but I was just thinking while you were talking, TJ, what if the companies that put out alcohol sent this kid around to get these guys that have gotten on the wagon back off of the wagon so they would drink more booze? I mean, that might be totally off base, but in the weirdness that is Tales from the Darkside, I guess it could be possible.
Yeah, that's definitely something that can happen. But I bet, knowing the show, and it was only the second episode, but knowing the show now, I would think they would have put some kind of hints in there that if it was specifically that. But that would have been another good story to kind of do it that way. But then,
So, Movie Junkie John says Tales from the Darkside remastered on film would be incredible. I mean, so many of those anthology shows need that. I know it costs a lot of money and time, though. Yeah, but I really wish they could do that. And John Grande says the only question with that theory would be, how would the mom and the brother be in on it? Well, the only thing I could think of in that respect is maybe the alcohol companies had figured out a way to have this kid brainwash the family. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going too far out.
It was only a 23-minute episode. We couldn't. It's hard to fit all that in there.
Yeah, and John Grande says, plus they had clothes that said Jerry. So weird. Yeah, that's one thing I would never do to my kid is have shirts with their name on it. It's like, you want the kid to get beat up or what? Like, put their name on a shirt and have them wear it? Nah.
Yeah. Unless they're twins.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know which twin you're sending to bed with only supper.
But I always thought this episode was, am I wrong, TJ? Is this a little bit shorter episode than some of them? I felt like it was a little shorter.
I don't know. I didn't really look at I didn't really notice the runtime because the episodes flow pretty well. I think that there's not a lot of like, this is taking forever to get through it. There's some later episodes that are that are too long and they're short.
Yeah, they have some episodes in later seasons that I guess they would have maybe 3 episodes at one time or something, 2 or 3 episodes at one time, and one would be long and one would be really short.
Yeah.
But that was later on. But I do like the episode, and it's interesting, and it's got that creepy ass kid in it. And but I just wonder where that kid went. What happened to him? What happened to Jerry in real life? Um, who knows? He might be some business executive somewhere, a CEO somewhere, or something
Yeah.
else. Does anybody know any information out there in the chat about the kid that played Jerry? Um, so did you want to add anything else about this episode, TJ, before we move on?
No, not really. It was about the story. A lot of the episodes are special effects heavy. And it's a pretty straightforward, I think. So yeah, there's nothing really.
Okay. So the next episode, I'll give you a million. I like this episode too, but I'm gonna let TJ talk about it a little bit first.
So it's about two rich people, so we all relate to them, who are basically they like to bet with each other, and they don't mind throwing away a couple $1 million, as the title says. They don't care about giving away $1 million, so they basically make a deal about. Actually, this one I can't remember the exact what the deal was. It was about
the one guy wants to give. Well, Keenan Wynn's character asked the other guy if he will give him ownership of his soul.
That's what it was. The soul.
Yeah,
Okay,
and he's like, "I'll give you $1 million for the rights to your eternal soul."
Yeah, so they make that deal, and basically one of them dies, and then the devil basically comes to claim the other guy's soul, because he already claimed the first guy's soul. And which one? Keenan Wynn was the first. Yeah, Keenan Wynn was the first one to. No, I can't remember. No, Keenan Wynn was the. Who's the guy? Which one had the mustache?
That was Keenan Wynn's character.
Oh, okay. So George, what's his face? The guy. Who was that guy? The guy. Oh yeah, he was playing.
I'm trying to remember the other guy's name, and I can't.
George Petrie.
Oh, okay.
He was in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and a bunch of TV and stuff. Most of these actors too, like they were definitely people who either had been on TV or were on TV like more, as when the show came out. So it was a lot of TV people. They rarely had like movie actors. They had a few, but I mean, there's one later that they bring somebody from Creepshow in.
Yep.
Yeah, that one I didn't rewatch because I thought I remembered the episode. Obviously, I didn't. I remember the ending more than anything when the guy's basically he gets a lot of phone calls too, like the phone calls in Creepshow. There's a lot of phone calls in some of these episodes that people talking to some random bodiless voice that you never really see who it is. Sometimes.
Yeah, you've never seen the person. Just hear their voice.
But yeah, so the devil comes to collect the guy's soul, and the devil's very Joel Grey. He reminds me of Joel Grey. So he's very what was that movie with Joel Grey where he's
gosh.
What the hell is that? Liza Minnelli. What's that movie? The TV. It was the musical. What was that? Anyone in the chat? Help me out here. I'm drowning.
Yeah. And I'm lapsing. I can't remember. But I will say that the guy that played the devil, this was a very suave devil. He had a rose and and all that stuff. But he was still creepy.
Thank you, Texas Cabaret. There we go.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. So and when the guy comes back, it's very simple makeup, but it's very effective because he's in like a greenish light because he has his soul in a container.
Yeah,
and that's I just remember now. That's the part where the guy who dies, his ghost comes to give his soul over to his friend, but the devil comes to collect it before that.
Right.
And he collects the other guy's soul.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of him getting
that.
Because he doesn't get there in time. So yeah.
I love one of the final scenes where Keenan Wynn on his chest after he has the heart attack and dies, paid in full is like
yes,
to his chest.
That's very EC Comics. You would see that in the last panel of the story.
And it was very Creepshow-esque, I would say, too. This episode was as well, especially with the one gentleman after he was already dead, trying to give Keenan Wynn his soul.
Yeah.
And begging him to take it. Very another very good episode, in my opinion. And I think from the way TJ talks about it, he liked it as well. Very well thought out, I think, well written, well executed. I think they picked really great actors, like TJ said, primarily from television. But they picked people that really could pull this stuff off. Because I don't think we would have wanted to see Hollywood actors at that actors and actresses too much in that series, because I think it would have taken us out of some of these episodes I could imagine them happening. Maybe not the supernatural elements, but some of the situations that the people were put into gave a little bit of realism to the episodes. And I think that that's part of what makes the majority of the episodes in this series work.
Mm-hmm.
So, TJ pretty much give the outline of it. So I hope TJ doesn't feel like I'm putting him on the spot, but he did tell me he had notes for stuff. So that's why I'm letting him kind of outline things, and then I'll comment. As TJ said, I can fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
As we go along. So, TJ, do you have anything else you wanted to bring up about the episode?
No, like I said, I like the makeup on. He's basically a zombie.
Yes.
It's very simple, just pieces of skin falling off. But like I said, with the light on it, and also the guy's old to begin with, so his face is already sunken in. So they didn't really have to do that much on the makeup job to make him look like he was dying. So basically,
right. Okay, so moving right along to the next episode, which is Painkiller, which does have someone that I would consider a movie star at the time, and that's Farley Granger. So take it away, TJ, and I'll let you introduce this episode.
So it's a very simple episode. A guy's wife nags the hell out of him, and everybody can relate to that. What
are you saying there, TJ?
I don't know. I'm not saying nothing. Anyway, I'm just talking about the episode. Anyway, so and the guy goes to his doctor. The doctor says, "Well, I know how to cure what ails you. We got to kill your wife." And that's like an act break, which is it's so funny. Even though I know the episode, when I was rewatching it, it's just he goes, "Hey, we have to kill your wife," and I just laughed out loud, and then it cuts, to the next scene.
And does Farley Granger not play it completely straight?
Well, that's him. He's very good at
That's
that.
what makes it even more funny.
But yeah, I mean, and the so he says sure, thinking that the guy's joking. He doesn't think that they're gonna actually kill his wife. And then he gets a call that his wife was in a car accident, and he's like, oh, that's terrible, but he's also sort of relieved that
yeah, exactly.
gone. So he goes to his doctor, and the doctor's like, well, now you owe me. And he's like, what? It was an accident. And the woman who had hit the wife, had come to his door the day before and says, I'm sorry, but I had to do it, basically is what she says. And he's just thinking she's just distraught because she killed his wife. And then he goes to the doctor, and the doctor's like, well, now you owe us because we took care of this problem for you, because, as soon as the wife died, he felt better. And so the doctor says, no, well, now you have to kill somebody to make up for the fact.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hope I didn't lose TJ. I think he's frozen. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully TJ will be back here in a second. I'm not sure. I don't know if I need to remove him and add him back. TJ, I hope you can hear me. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove you because you froze. Let me see if I can add him back, if that makes any difference. No. Okay. Chucky's messing with his connection now. I am going to put the invite back in the chat. Oh, there he is. Okay. Sorry, TJ. You just froze up there.
It was the dark side. It came for me.
Yeah, it came for you.
It's like, you're fucking up describing our episodes. So where was I? So yeah, the doctor says, "What are you gonna do for us?" And he's like, "No, I'm not gonna." And then the guy makes him feel pain, and then the guy he realizes, "Oh, you're doing this to me. You're causing the pain, so I'll continue your cycle." And that's you want to watch I think that's kind of it. So I mean, I also noticed I'm very Italian when I look back at me talking. Anyway.
Did you think, TJ, or anybody else in the chat, that this is another thing that I was just thinking about as I was listening to TJ talk about this episode, is not only is Farley Granger in this episode, but did you think the whole thing was similar to Hitchcock's Strangers on a Train, which Farley Granger is in?
Oh, yeah, I could sort of see that. That's probably why they cast him. I would guess.
Maybe so, yeah, because it was kind of not an exact setup, but kind of a similar setup to Strangers on the Train. So what are your thoughts, TJ, on who Farley Granger actually was? Was he the devil, or was he some?
Oh, he's definitely the devil. When the guy goes, who are you? And he gets the smile and the flash of lightning, and I'm like, okay, well, that's obviously the devil. There's no.
Farley Granger had the uncanny ability to look like. Let's talk about the Prowler for a second. Farley Granger was in the Prowler, and if you've never seen the Prowler, you might want to step away or plug your ears, because I'm going to give something away. So, everybody ready? I'm going to give this away. TJ, you've seen the Prowler, right?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure before I say something. Farley Granger is in it playing the sheriff of a small town. And in the beginning, he seems very docile, I guess, would be, a very unassuming. Which, if you've seen enough horror movies, usually the most unassuming person turns out to be the killer. And In this case, Farley Granger does turn out to be the killer at the end. And you also find out that he's the guy that got the Dear John letter at the beginning. And that's why he doesn't want them having a dance. It's kind of the My Bloody Valentine scenario. You know, don't have a dance or I'm going to start killing people off because something bad happened to me the last time there was a dance. So in this case, it's not a Valentine's Day dance, but a graduation dance. But Farley Granger in that movie was able to play two sides of the coin. He played very docile, very unassuming, and then by the end, he was batshit crazy. But you knew that batshit crazy was just under the surface. Once you watch the whole movie, you're like, oh, so that was just all an act. I'm the nice small town sheriff. I'm like Andy Griffin, you know. Nobody will suspect me. Okay. So but I think in this episode, the painkiller episode, there was no doubt that there was something odd going on with this guy. He was weird from the first time he walked in to the examining room when the guy first came to the doctor.
Right.
And so there was no doubt that things were going to go from bad to worse. But let's talk about the wife. I'm not sure who that actress is. A lot of these people I didn't, unless I already knew the actor or actress, I didn't like double check. Do you know, TJ?
Peggy Cass. What was she in? She was in a lot of like I said, the guy who plays Harvey, like if you've seen TV in the 80s, and you'll know who that guy is just by looking at him.
Yeah,
he did commercials too, and
he didn't do like the Time to Make the Donuts. He didn't.
That was another guy. They sort of have the same look. The old guy with the mustache.
Exactly.
What was she? I'm looking. She was in a very short-lived 90s sitcom called Women in Prison. It used to be on like After Married with Children. I remember it was a bunch of it wasn't like Orange is the New Black because it was a straight comedy. It wasn't. There was no. Well, if anybody's seen that show, there's nothing like that show. And
Right.
And it had Wendy Jo Sperber from Bosom Buddies and Back to the Future. But yeah, she was in a lot of TV. She did a lot of one episode. I can't think of something that like one thing that she did that you might go, oh, I remember her from that.
Name sounds familiar to me though. When you said her name, sounds very familiar.
But she was very good because her character goes from concerned and loving to just bitchy, nagging, annoying, you want to kill her type of person. And she does it like so seamlessly. Like it's like she's two different people, but she does it so great. And he's just like, yes, whatever you say, wife. I'll do whatever you want. He's just very.
He's the typical henpecked husband.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. So John says he's never seen Strangers on a Train. Oh gosh, John, you need to see that movie. That other than Psycho, that's probably for me my next favorite Hitchcock film. Psycho's first, and then Strangers on a Train for me.
If you've ever seen Terror in the Isles, there's a couple of clips of it in that movie, which is basically a clip movie, basically. Hosted by Jamie Lee Curtis, but yeah.
Right. Or as they say in Dumb and Dumber, she sent me a John Deere letter. LOL. Yeah, exactly. So I guess we'll move right along to the next episode, which actually has Danny Aiello in it.
A movie star.
Yes, a real movie star. So this one's called The Odds. So I'm going to let TJ talk about it first.
So it's basically about a bookie who he's not your typical like he talks a big game and he's very calm about everything. He's not like he tells you that he doesn't force his hand on anybody, and he doesn't, and he's very good because he's a loan shark basically, and it's implied that it's a mob situation, or at least he's somebody in that, not specifically the mob, but something like that. And he collects bets, and he says he's a very fair man. He doesn't push anything, and basically,
yeah, he says he's never cheated anybody and he's never been broken. He says that many times.
So the episode is basically a trial of his wills and how it's trying to push him to a limit. And basically, this guy comes and says, There's a lot of stuff that happens, but it's a lot of character stuff. This probably wouldn't be the first episode I would tell somebody to watch because it's a little slow. The payoff's good, but it's a lot of character stuff and it's a lot of weirdness, but it's not like goofy. It's kind of just, I don't, there's not much suspense. Like, it's not like I'm on the edge of my seat. Like, I'm interested in what's going on, but I'm not like gung-ho about a lot of it.
It doesn't really have any stingers in it either.
No, I mean, it's got a twist. This guy's like, I'm going to bet that you'll die in the morning.
Yeah.
And so the guy comes over the night before, and he's basically, we find out that he's a guy who killed himself because he couldn't take, because he was a loser. Basically, he lost every bet and he had nothing to live for, basically. And so basically he's come back, and at the end the guy says, "See, I knew it was you. You think you could fool me because he looked different, but he's like, no, you look different, but I know who you are. You're that guy, and you were a loser then, you're a loser now." And basically he loses the bet, but that's not the twist that it's the guy. The twist is that Danny Aiello put the clock back 5 minutes or whatever. So he tricks the guy who's basically coming from is he? I'm not sure if he's coming from heaven or hell because he sort of goes off into a white light. So I'm like, I don't know where he is. He's probably hell.
Weird guy that's with him, the guy that never talks, that comes with Tom Noonan's character at the end.
Right, but yeah, Tom Noonan from Monster Squad, who played Frankenstein.
Yep.
He's very good at the sort of a goofy. He's basically a tall, goofy guy. That's basically what his character is. Very nervous, but he's trying to be calm and cold. But basically, you can see underneath that he's nervous about what's going on, especially near the end, of course. But yeah, so the twist. So the black. So he's in white, and the other guy's in black. I think the other guy is basically deaf, and he's deaf. The guy in black. And he's letting him come back for this one thing, and then he's taking him back to wherever. That's what I got from the one of them wearing white, because the ghost is wearing white, and then the he's not the devil. I don't think. I just think he's deaf, coming back and forth.
It's like a fancier version of the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, basically. And the twist is that he set the clocks back. He also set back the guy who works for him set back his little digital it's a calculator, but it's also an alarm, and
believe it or not, I remember those things.
Yeah.
I don't know that I ever had one, but I do remember them.
It kind of reminds me of It Follows, where the girl had the little shell thing, and that did a lot of stuff, and like, how did that work? And like, I was like, how does this work? How does this little
Right.
So yeah, so basically that's the second twist, is basically that, you know, the guy's cheated the other guy, but he still dies at the end. So
Yes. Yeah, and I hate to say it, but Danny Aiello does a really good job of playing dead at the end of that episode.
yeah,
But it's a very I like the part where he's just laughing about pulling one over on Tom Noonan's character, and he says, "This is so great, I'm gonna die laughing," and then by the next scene, he is dead.
yeah.
Uh, so I like the episode a lot. But I do agree that with TJ that you might not want to introduce somebody to this series by saying, "Oh, watch the odds first," because that may turn off a new viewer. I think they were wise to not start out this series with that episode.
Yeah.
Trick or Treat was a much better intro to the series.
Unless they're a big Danny Aiello fan, then maybe you want to say, "Oh, you can watch
or
this
a big
episode."
Tom Noonan fan or something.
Yeah, yeah. Did you like Monster Squad? Maybe you can't even tell it's him, but yeah, you can watch the.
Yeah. So John Grande says that The Odds is the best episode of the series, in my opinion. And I could see that because us old school guys and gals that have seen these episodes many times over the years, or we grew up with them, or whatever, we're going to be able to pick out like this episode or that episode that's the best of the series. But I think about, and again, I don't want to seem like I'm picking on old Curly Jaws or his generation or anything, but I'll ask TJ this too. Do you think that old Curly Jaws' generation of young people would appreciate this series as much as we did?
Him specifically. I'm baffled about what he likes and what he doesn't like. And once in a while, he'll say, "Oh, I like this movie," and I'm like, "Really?"
Because, and it shocks the hell out of me.
Because there are some movies that are like in that vein, and I'm like, "Why do you like hate several of these movies, but like this movie you do like?" I'm not going to give examples because right. I can't remember any, but but like, yeah, I don't. And what generation is he? Anyway.
Well, he's very, very young. I will say that. I think I've asked him his age before, and now I've forgotten what he told me. But he's, compared to a lot of us that are in here right now, he's very, very young. I'll just say that. I mean, I'm not afraid to say how old I am. I'll be 47 in June. So he's definitely a lot younger than I am. He's a kid compared to me. So I just feel like that generation maybe expects more from episodic television in general. And two, I don't even know if they would be interested in episodic television.
Yeah.
Even Steve now, and I've talked about this before, I'm still a huge fan of sitcoms. I have immense nostalgia when it comes to sitcoms. I remember, my family sitting down and watching TGI Fridays when they had Full House and Family Matters. And I think Step by Step was even on there at one time. There were all those shows that you would generally sit down as a family and watch. And I know people probably think Full House is hokey as hell now because it tried to teach you lessons and stuff like that. But I watched those episodes for pure entertainment value. I wasn't watching them to learn anything. And I didn't feel like I was browbeaten. But Steve says, I don't like sitcoms anymore. He always makes fun of me for going back and watching the old sitcoms.
Yeah.
If I watch Roseanne or something like that, he's you watching that shit again, what? And I said, well, they took it away from me, because Roseanne made one too many outlandish comments, and they restructured the whole series and took her off of it, had her character die off, and then turned it into the Connors. So I don't even know, is the Connors still on?
Yep, I watch it.
Do you watch it? Do you like it still? Even
I like the
even
characters, so I mean, I'm like, Roseanne's not there, so I don't look at it as the Roseanne show anymore. So I'm
you look
not
at
like I'll watch. I like the show. I actually didn't watch any of the shows when they came back. I started watching it after she left, just because it was on Hulu, and I'm like, oh, I'll watch it. And then I started
right.
watching it, and then I wanted to see the Danielle Harris episode where they kill her off. Spoilers. They bring her back for one episode and they kill her off with like a heart attack or whatever. She had a heart.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, oh, Danielle, what? Anyway,
Huh.
but yeah, so I didn't watch it, and then I said, no, like the Connors is fine. Like I like Lacey Goranson, and John Goodman's still funny, and Laurie Metcalf's really good, and they brought in Katie Seagal from Married with Children, who I like her and everything that she's been in, and Sons of Anarchy and Futurama and all that stuff. So I mean, I'm fine with it. I mean, it gets a little tiring because it's like a post-COVID kind of thing, and even though we're not we're COVID's there's not a really a huge problem like it used to be. But it's a little heavy sometimes, but the comedy is still fine. If you're not into it, I don't think it's preachy, but it's very, like I said, it's very of the time. And I mean, like before, it was about a blue collar family, lower middle class. They weren't even middle class; they were lower, upper lower class. I mean, I don't know what you would call them. The working man. So I understand.
I'll be honest about the original Roseanne series.
Except for the last season of the original series, that was terrible.
Yes. Well, here's where it started to slide off the map or fall off the map for me. Was I don't mind a few serious episodes sprinkled in there, but first it was the deal with Dan's mother going crazy and being put in the institution. And then Dan had to go out to California to be with his mom. While he was out in California, he had an affair with his mother's nurse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm like, no. The old Dan from the beginning of that series would never have cheated on Roseanne. Never. I mean, you guys might have a different take on it, and I know we're totally getting off Tales from the Darkside.
Yes, we're really off the track.
But so I think right around that time where Dan was crying about his mother, and then it just, I think it derailed the show. Like when Roseanne and Jackie's parents first showed up on the scene, their dad was a pretty nice guy. He was kind of funny, kind of like just one of those silly old grandpas, and then they quit showing him, and then Roseanne and Jackie started talking about their dad used to beat them with the belt and all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, so you're telling me that guy that showed up at your house and you guys were hugging around on him, he used to beat you with the belt, and he also cheated on Beverly, their mom? I mean, it's like, what did they do to this show?
Well, and that's a lot of that was Roseanne. People want to say, oh, well, we love her and everything, but she's the one who wanted this stuff. She wanted all that serious stuff in there. And because supposedly she had said that happened to her, and she was putting the show was about her life, basically. So she wanted to put in things from her life. And I think that might be also why the whole thing when they win the lottery, because she won the lottery. She was some housewife who did a couple of comedy gigs, and they're like, hey, you're funny. We're going to put you on the Tonight Show. And then she got a sitcom out of it. So I understand that, but what she did to all the other characters, it just, and maybe she wanted to be a dramatic actress in between all the comedy stuff. So she put in all this serious stuff. But it was her a lot of the time. You can't say, oh, the writers did this and she said, hey, I want this stuff here. I want to do this.
I did read an interview with her, like after the first incarnation of Roseanne had already come and gone, and it was in syndication and stuff like that. And this might have just been Roseanne trying to blow smoke up people's ass. But in that interview, she basically said that the writers screwed it all up towards the end.
She had a lot of say. I don't think it possibly partly, but I don't think she's totally
innocent
in all this. Yeah.
Exactly.
And whatever. I liked the show, and when it was on, and like these, I watched it all through until the original final episode, and the episodes were goofy, and everybody became a caricature. Basically, there was an episode where the cast of Gilligan's Island showed up in like the end credits, and and then they were dressed up as the Roseanne characters. Yeah. But then there was a part of I can't remember if it was the whole episode, but there was like a spoof of Gilligan's Island where all the characters from Roseanne were playing the Gilligan characters, and Jackie was Gilligan because basically that's what Jackie became. She was the goofy blah.
Yeah, they took her from being the in the early days of it when George Clooney was their boss at the factory.
Yeah,
Jackie had the hots for him, and they were just they took her from being that to, by the end of it, Roseanne was basically saying, well, Jackie basically told me while we were growing up, she always told me she was gay. And it turned out that Jackie was really
that last episode, she just like twirled everything around. She's like, no. And Mark was with Darlene, and David was with Becky, not the other way around, because I did it how I thought they should be, not how they really were. And I was like, okay, do we really need reality in the final episode? And then Dan's dead. And she's writing it in the basement, and it's like, okay, this isn't funny. It's just like ridiculous. It's like
very, very dark. So anyway, I'm gonna get back to Tales from the Dark Side here. But I am gonna read
on a tangent.
Chat messages. John Grande says, I love the speech by Danny at the end and how Tom Noonan breaks down. You were scared to face the music. And he says, I lost everything. Yeah, that is a very, very good scene. And John also says, I would say The Odds, The Last Car, and Family Reunion are my top 3 of the series. Now, I really like The Last Car.
That's one of my favorites. Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Yeah. Movie Junkie John says Tom Noonan is so awesome. It's incredible he didn't get bigger roles after Manhunter. I forgot about him being in Manhunter, actually, John. Let's see. Oh gosh, you're just a baby, John Grande. You're 26. You're 26 and you love the show. Granted, I'm probably alone in that with my age group. And Afro says, streaming has ruined us all. In some ways, it possibly has.
There are some shows which I like to watch in bulk. But then there are other shows I'm like, I like week to week. I like waiting and finding out what's going to happen. But then people get all pissed off and they're like, no, we want streaming. We want to watch every episode. And then like
we want to binge watch everything.
Yeah, the younger people except some, the younger people want to binge watch it, and others want to wait because they used to do that. They used to have to wait to see what was going to happen, and
Right. So
sometimes you want to wait till next week to see what happens. You want that build up.
right, yeah. I have a little patience in there, like I always say about the Green Mile. When the Green Mile first came out, it was serial. It was in serial installments. And when I read it, I had to wait till Stephen King got ready to put the next one out. And sometimes it would just about kill me because I wanted to know what was gonna happen. And now people can get the whole book in bulk, No longer do they have to wait, and I'm like, you're cheating, They should have kept it as separate novels, where you would have to, but people will get pissed off about that and say, I don't want to buy each of them separately. I want to buy the whole book. So the next episode is Mookie and Pookie, which may seem like a very odd title. And this one has Justine Bateman on it.
Yep.
Everybody knows Justine Bateman, right? Y'all remember from
Family Ties.
Family Ties with
Which I think she was 1 or 2 seasons into Family Ties by the time this episode was on.
I'd say so, yeah.
I think this was 84, and I think Family Ties was like 82, I want to say.
Yeah, that does sound right. And I trust you because you're always the answer man, TJ. You always know these statistics. So, TJ, what's your take on the Mookie and Pookie episode?
First of all, Justine Bateman holds the episode together, I think. I think if it was someone else who was, she's not, at this point too, she's a sitcom actor. She's not like, this is sort of a serious role, even though there's sort of like goofy elements to it because it's about she's a twin, and her twin brother is dying, but he's like a computer whiz type of thing. So it basically makes a computer to hold his soul is basically what it does.
Yep.
And she's trying to convince. So when her brother dies, the family is like, oh, they're sad and he's gone, and she's trying to tell them, no, he's in this computer, and the computer's gonna. There's a point in the story where the computer's gonna explode or something, and she's like, we have to save the computer because my brother is in there, and
Yeah.
It's everybody seen Tammy and the T-Rex? It's sort of like that a little bit at the ending with the
a little bit, yeah.
It's a cute. It's not. It's like some. It's technology for 1984. What we it's supposed to be top technology, but if you look at it now, it's like, oh, that's the giant screen and the keyboards, and it's all
and the talk box.
Yeah, talk box, modem, and it's all that stuff, and it's a cute episode, and it's like I said, Justine Bateman really holds it together, and I don't think it's overly dramatic, but I think she holds a lot of the dramatic stuff. I think she does it pretty well, and if you have a family member who passed away pretty young, it's probably going to affect you a certain way. I could see it, being a little bit of a chair jerker. Even though it's, like I said, it's kind of light, but it's still still about a young kid dying, basically. Yeah, but like I said, I think the rest of the cast, like her performance, that's mostly what I remember. I remember the brothers a little bit, but he's basically weak and in bed most of the.
Yeah, and then the rest of the
time.
And
they talk to him through the call box. They don't really interact with him a lot in the episode, really.
No, because I guess technically he's bedridden and can't.
Yeah.
He can't come down and play Scrabble with the rest of the family, which we see several scenes of them playing Scrabble throughout the episode. Tippi Hedren is also
right. She's the mom. I forgot about that. Yeah.
But I just have to bring this up, and I want to see what TJ says about this. He's probably going to say, "Why was you even like noticing it?" But I could not notice it. I guess is the thing. There are certain scenes where they show Tippi Hedren, and it seems like the camera was focusing on Tippi Hedren's ass, and I don't know
I
why.
didn't notice that.
Some of those scenes, you can see that whatever the outfits that she had on in that episode, they
Yeah.
looked very tight on her ass. And I'm not saying she didn't have a shapely ass; it looked odd. She was playing Justine Bateman's mom in this, and
Mhm.
like keeps showing skin tight, pantsuits or whatever it was that
It was the
she
80s, you know. It was the
had.
80s.
It's like- so that was basically the only thing that was odd to me about that episode. But I do like the episode. I agree with TJ that it deals with the death of a sibling.
Oops, sorry.
There's the music.
There's the things, yeah, I don't want to get thrown off. But
It deals with the early death of a sibling. It's not like when you're 70 and 80 years old and a sibling passes away. This is a young guy who pretty much should be in the prime of his life being stricken down and dying. But it is kept very light. It doesn't dwell on the death so much. And that was probably, to me, it seems like they probably did that to make it more easier for families to watch than if they had heavy-handed with the death scenes. I don't think that it would have went over as well. And the good thing was that Kevin, the son who dies, the twin, he still survives in spirit form, and he's still with his family. And some people may be like, "Oh, well, yeah, but that realistically that could never happen." No, but it's nice to know that there was episodic television or horror anthology series that kind of made it real for that 20 something odd minutes that we were watching it. And we can certainly, during those 22 minutes or so, we can believe that this young boy did put his soul into the computer or was out on the network. But this is very primitive computer stuff too, compared to nowadays with the they keep talking about getting into data banks and stuff like that, but it's not like now where, if they made that episode now, there would probably be a digitized version of him that would be on the screen, and they could actually, interact with him more than just a voice.
He'd be an AI like the Chucky remake.
Exactly. Artificial intelligence at its greatest. But I do like the episode. There are some poignant scenes. Justine Bateman's character, I agree with TJ. She does pretty much hold the episode together because the parents, the two actors playing the parents, seem so, in my opinion, far removed from the relationship between the twins that if you did not have Justine Bateman or somebody like her, and she was, still at the start of her career, but if you didn't have the right people in the right episodes, then I don't think that many of these episodes would have worked. They would have fell apart. So she definitely does hold the episode together. I would say that this is one of my favorites. I don't know about some of you guys in the chat. I'll keep looking to see if anybody comments about that. We still got 8 people in here, so that's pretty pretty good. So, TJ, is there anything else you wanted to say about Mookie and Pookie?
No.
Okay.
So I
So,
think them being twins was like, I think that's another part of it where you said the parents are sort of disconnected. I think they even say in the episode, I think they're twins, so they have sort of a connection that other people don't have. So I think that's another reason why it was more about the two siblings than the parents. But yeah, other than that.
so the next episode is Slippage. And I really like this episode too. But I
That's
want to hear what TJ thinks of this episode.
yeah, that's a pretty spooky one. It's got the guy from the Warriors, and he's in Dreamscape with who the hell's in? Yeah, I don't know if anybody's seen Dreamscape with it's sort of Freddy Krueger ripoff.
Yeah, I've seen it, but it's been a long time.
Dennis Quaid, that's who's in it. Dennis Quaid's in that.
That
Yeah, so it's about this guy who basically things are disappearing. He's losing his transcripts from school, and his mother doesn't know who he is, and people are starting to forget him. Basically, and he doesn't know what's going on. He thinks people are messing with him, and his friends are sort of like trying to get him through whatever he's going through, and we find out he's basically disappearing from life.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very dramatic one too. It doesn't get supernatural till the end.
Yeah.
It's like maybe somebody is messing with him. Somebody, like, there's a lot of these like with the New Man episode. Like, is somebody screwing with him, or is there actually something nefarious going on? And there is. He's basically disappearing from existence. It's really not. It's like some speculation with the character, but there's no real like explanation why he's disappearing. And then at the end, his best friend and his love of his life end up together because he never existed. So, and
yeah,
it ends with the guy disappearing in front of his friend's eyes, and the wife, his girlfriend, I forget, girlfriend or wife, whatever, comes in and goes, "Hi, honey, what's going on?" And he mentions the guy's name, and she's like, "Is that some friend of yours from work?" And then
who's this rich guy?
Yeah, he just totally forgets, and he's like, "Oh, we're in love, and we're together now." And it just ends with them being together, and then sort of the shadow of the guy's existence is sort of just hanging around a little bit in the background.
You see the door close, but
so basically he's left the existence of the universe, basically, is what happened. Mm-hmm. But it's a very spooky episode, and it's especially if it's an episode you watch late at night, it's very surreal, and I think that really works. It depends on the frame of mind you watch it, but the acting is pretty good, and but yeah, it doesn't get supernatural to the last minute, basically. But yeah, that's
And what do you think of the little bit where his wife still knew who he was, and they were talking about watching It's a Wonderful Life, and
I forgot that part.
Yeah, he brings up the fact that the small town and It's a Wonderful Life was a lot like the town that he grew up in.
Yeah.
And you get the feeling that his wife kept pushing. She even mentions the hometown where he grew up as being a dumpy little town. Why don't you forget all those people in that dumpy little town, she says at one point. And so I began to wonder when I was rewatching it, if she kind of pushed him to be so far removed from his past that eventually the past he disappeared from the past. And then eventually he disappeared from the present. And at that point, he didn't have any future. He was non-existent, because there is that whole discussion he has with the best friend when the best friend comes looking for him. And he's drawing the pictures of the baby and the young man and then an old man. And he talks about how time slips. And he talks about how a man cared less and less to be part of his past. And as a consequence of that, he lost the present. And again, he has no future. So,
Yeah.
but I do agree that it is a very creepy episode. A lot of the scenes are dark or set at nighttime too, especially towards the end when he goes back to his hometown. And my heart broke for that guy when he went to his mother's house.
Yeah.
And he's like, Mom, please let me in. Please let me in. And it is a lot like It's a Wonderful Life. If you've seen the movie It's a Wonderful Life, where the main guy says, I wish, that I'd never existed. He wanted to commit suicide. That was maybe implied, but you pretty much know what he was going for. And so an angel comes from heaven to give him another chance to see what life would have been like if he had never existed.
Mm-hmm.
So in that way, I think it kind of turns It's a Wonderful Life on its ear a little bit, but there is that little thread running through it. But really good episode. I think it hits all the bases, and as TJ said, it is creepy, and in my opinion, very effective. A very effective episode. Kind of makes you think, even a little bit after you finished watching it.
Yeah.
But hey, man, elect. John said, Movie Junkie John says, I have season 1 on DVD, but need the rest. Yes, you definitely do, John, in my opinion. But don't let me influence you to go out and spend hard-earned money. I'm not sure how much that whole set is. TJ, do you remember how much you had to spend on that one?
I no clue. It's such a long time ago. It might be on Amazon. I don't know. Did they still? Is it still in? I think it's still in print.
I know these single season packagings, they were on Amazon at first, but I don't know if they're available now.
My disc fell off.
There was a time when I was eagerly waiting for these to come out on DVD.
Yeah.
And I was so desperate to have a collection of these episodes that I would tape them off of like the Sci-Fi Channel or something and transfer them to discs. And I had several discs with the episodes in them. They weren't in any order because I was basically just taping whatever episodes came on. And then I would, compile so many on a disc and then move on to the next one. So that brings us to the last episode of disc 1 of my set, which is Inside the Closet, which was directed by Tom Savini. And I hope I didn't steal TJ's thunder there.
No, it's fine.
So I'm going to let TJ talk about this one a little bit.
By the way, you can get the complete series. I think the same one I got for $28 on Amazon if you want to get it.
Oh, that's not bad.
Maybe check eBay to see if somebody's cheaper, but I wouldn't trust them. Especially they have one of these cases which are kind of like like if you got it from somebody, who knows if all the discs fell out and they're scratched up like crazy. Tom. Let's see. Yeah, Inside the Closet with Tom Savini. He also did created the creature in it. Yeah, we're finally. Yeah, we haven't had a good creature for a while, but we finally got one. And what did he call the creature? He had a name for it.
Oh my gosh, I have completely forgotten what he called that.
All I can remember is Fluffy from
Fluffy from Creepshow. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's starring Fritz Weaver from you'll remember from Creepshow. He was Dexter Stanley.
Yeah.
So it's about this girl who's in college, and she goes, rents a room at one of the teachers' houses, which is creepy to begin with. You know, some old teacher guy. You're renting a room, and you're a young, nubile college co-ed,
Exactly.
and he's creepy to begin with. So I mean, that's why she moved in there in the first place. I don't know, but anyway, it was probably, I think it was cheap or whatever. Yeah.
I think she waited too long to get housing,
right,
and so she was desperate, I think.
So it was cheap, but it was close to campus, and he was a teacher, so you know, she felt safe. So she starts hearing, it's a typical, she starts hearing weird things happening in her room, and she starts hearing weird noises in this little closet. And she opens it up one day when there was nothing in it before, and now there's all these little girl clothes. And the professor talks about his daughter who doesn't live there anymore. She went off, whatever. I forget if she's married or whatever.
Yeah, I think he said she went off to college, and then after many years of college, she got married, and now I forgot what he said she did, maybe with her husband, maybe build houses or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so and then you know, it's all these creepy things happening, and she's telling him, and he's like, "Oh, it's nothing. It's you're just imagining things or whatever." Until we find out there's actually a creature in the closet. And it doesn't like someone else in their room. So the scene's in slow motion, but it's pretty brutal. It grabs her and starts clawing at her, and she's trying to get the creature off, and it basically breaks her neck and twists her head, and she falls to the floor and
drags her into the closet.
And that's it for her. And then the professor comes home, and he feels something on his leg, and he looks down, and it's the creature, and he's like, you expect him to be scared, but he's not, because I guess it's basically his replacement for his daughter not being there. And it's the creature's. He's like, "Oh, do you want to go in the other room and let's do something?" And oh, she was a nice girl, but she had to go, so she's gone now.
And I'm going to tell you a nice little story.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you a nice little story. Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you? Yes, I know you'd like that. He's very like. So I don't know if it's his pet or what it is. We don't really get an explanation, but we know there was something in the closet. So
I always thought that was actually his daughter, that he didn't have a daughter that went off to college and got married. I mean, I don't know how he ended up with a creature for a daughter exactly, but you know, this was Tales from the Darkside. So, but the way that he interacts with her and having all those little dresses and the little girl toys and stuffed animals that just showed up in the closet one day. So he was a professor at the veterinary school. So I don't know, maybe, you know, they did some kind of experiment, and this creature was like the product of that. And he talks about his wife getting breast cancer at one point and dying, and maybe his wife died at an early age or something, and they never got to have children together, and maybe he just kind of got embroiled in his work maybe and created this creature and just kind of said, okay, you know, kind of lost his mind a little bit. This creature's going to be my little girl that I wanted. But, you know, I could be totally off base on that one.
Well, that's the good thing about the short story aspect of something, where you get all these ideas and you try to make it interesting, but you don't answer every question, and it's a lot speculation too. Like, it could be either way, or it could be a number of different ways. So you know, you get so much information but that's all you get. So
Yeah.
afterwards, you can basically think of whatever you want of what really it meant and what could, what it
It's
could have
kind of
been or what it really was, or,
multiple choice.
Yeah.
When you take a multiple choice test, generally there's one answer that's the right answer, but at times they'll tell you, well, there could be multiple answers
Yeah.
to this question. So yeah, I like the episode. I love the creature. It's creepy, but it's also endearing too. There's something
Yeah, it's got a
endearing.
little smile, and it's
I just wonder how Fritz Weaver felt about like carrying this
yeah,
obviously not a real, live creature and interacting with it. But, he
Mhm.
was a professional actor. So I guess he just took it all in stride. And then with Creepshow, of course, which he had done beforehand,
Yes.
um, he interacted with Fluffy, of course, which was a creature that came out of a crate and attacked people.
Mhm.
So he had all kinds of interactions with seemingly otherworldly creatures, I guess. Uh, so Darren says every episode in all 4 seasons is on Internet Archive, so you get the option to stream and download. Not sure of the quality though. So there's one way that if you didn't want to spend out the money right now,
Yeah.
you can do that. Movie Junkie John says, here's something that I feel real dumb about. I saw it at Goodwill 3 or so years ago here for $5, the whole set. I walked away for a second and came back and someone had gotten it. Now, see, this is the very reason why I always tell Steve, because he always tells me, can't you wait, Dana? Why are you so impatient, Dana? This is the very reason why Dana does not like to wait for things, because you turn your back for a second and something you really wanted might be gone. But you don't feel dumb, John. You say, made me feel real dumb for not just grabbing it, but I was circling the store. So, anything else you want to break up about Inside the Closet, TJ?
No, I think it's a solid episode. Oh, and the actress Roberta Weiss, who plays the tenant, is pretty good. She's basically a final girl character investigating what's going on, and she's nosy, but most of the stuff's happening in her room. So I mean, of course she's going to be nosy.
Innocent though.
The ending is like when she finds a key, and at one point it opens the door, but then at other points in the story it doesn't work. So this near the end, she's trying to get back into the closet, and it's like this sort of like scene where something's going on, and it's one of those drops the key and then the creature comes out, and
Yeah, exactly.
it's a very good the camera work and the visuals for that scene. Like I said, that's it's like a whole slow motion scene, her death, which I think adds to the surreal and the strength of that the scare basically is what it is.
Something else I liked about this was that this episode, again, I've talked about this fear of what's under the bed. Is something under the bed?
Yeah.
That fear a lot of us had growing up. I'm not saying everybody did, but a lot of us did. And there is one shot where the creature is under the bed, and you slide down from seeing the girl asleep to underneath her bed, and the creature is there blinking its eyes. And you knew it was there all along. And then the next day, she's got a cardboard box with some things in it, and she just pushes it under the bed. I think it may have her hair dryer and stuff like that in there. So she puts the hairdryer back in the box and kind of leaves the box about halfway out from under the bed and then leaves, and you see the box sliding under the bed. There's another scene where her feet almost get grabbed by the creature.
Yeah.
And you're like, ooh, so close, you know. So I think that all of those scenes make it very effective episode.
Oh, and of course, the eyes under the bed is another very Creepshow-esque with Fluffy when you see him in the crate and you just see his eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to say Savini stole from himself. Or he stole from George Romero, because that was George Romero.
Stole from Romero. So moving along to Disc 2 on my set, I'm not sure exactly how TJs are set up, as if it's the same setup or not. But Disc 2 starts off with a Stephen King story, Word Processor of the Gods, starring Bruce Davidson. So take it away, TJ. I'll let you talk about it first.
Yeah, well, here we get another episode with a nagging wife and a husband who can't stick up for himself. And so his brother's wife and his nephew die in a horrible car crash. And the nephews had been working on a word processor for him. And this was like back in the 80s. So this technology is like, you either had a computer, or if you were poor but had enough money, you could get a word processor. So basically, it's a typewriter. For all
I
the young
started out with a word. Let's see. I went from a typewriter to a word processor to finally a computer.
Yeah, that's usually how it happens. So all you kids, you don't know what's a typewriter, what's a word processor. So.
Exactly.
And this was a fancy one where you had a screen. Some of them were like basically a typewriter, and it had a little like LCD screen that was green, and you could see yourself maybe type a couple of lines at a time. The bigger ones you could see like maybe a half a page or whatever. So the technology was. So basically, the nephew sends him a word processor, and the twist is he discovers that if he types something and deletes it, it'll delete itself out of existence.
Mm-hmm.
So he starts little, then he decides to delete his annoying son, because basically he wish he had the wife and nephew were his children, his wife and son, instead of, because he had loved the that's the sort of a backstory where he was in love with the woman, but the brother, who was an asshole, basically stole the, because he wasn't a forward person, so he didn't ask her out. And basically the story, basically from what we figure out, is that the brother knew this, and he's like, well, I'm going to take the girl that you want, since you're too chicken to try to ask her out on a date. And he ends up getting the wife, and they have a kid, and he's like, why basically it's like, why do you get this great life and I'm stuck with this shrill wife who plays bingo, and she wins a lot. Which she emphasizes at one point, and she's like, I play bingo and I win.
Yeah. So, and she doesn't clean the house though. Like the first,
there's like food in boxes, and the sink is full. I'm surprised there are no roaches, but I think that would have been too much for television. But and then the kids is like this punk who plays the guitar too loud and plays his music too loud, and
is lazy and won't help his dad with anything.
Yeah. And then the wife's nagging him. It's like, what? It's like, he's a writer, but he doesn't. He had like one successful-ish novel, and he hasn't written anything else. Obviously, it's a Stephen King story, so you have to have somebody who's a writer who has problems with his, becoming famous or whatever. That's the typical Stephen King story. And his nagging wife, and so a friend of his or a friend of his brother's family or whatever brings over the word processor and says, "Yeah,
Oh yeah, their neighbor, Mr.
yeah,
Norton. Yeah.
whoever I don't know who the actor was. I care. See, that's one thing I didn't check out. Like who?
He's another one that looks familiar to me.
No. And the one who plays his wife is in a later episode.
Yeah.
With the Schlauber episode, which is a funny episode where. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's she. No, she's in another episode, but it's not that character. That was another actor. All right, I'm confused.
Oh, okay.
In a later episode, the Grandma's Last Wish. She's the one who's in the Schlauber episode.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They sort of look alike. They're sort of like dumpy,
similar,
dark-haired, So I mean, like,
and shrill voice and.
Yeah. Anyway, where was it? So he discovers that if he deletes things, they'll delete out of existence. And one of the things he does in desperation is deletes his son.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a scene where his wife comes in. She had won big at bingo, and she's dressed differently, and the house looks differently. So not having a kid changed them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And she's still sort of the same person, though. She's still a bitch to him and annoying, and he still doesn't like her. I don't know why they got married in the first place.
She kind of goes flip-flops and goes back and forth at that point, kind of like the wife in the Painkiller episode, because she, she kind of sort of, when she first gets home, kind of acts kind of nice towards him or civil towards him. But then by the end of the conversation, she says, because he mentions it's his birthday, she says, well, if you make a wish for some damn money. And it's back to that sarcastic, shrill voice, bitchy wife again.
Yeah, that's confusing too, because then after she says that, she's like, "Oh, you coming to bed?" Like, okay, what are we gonna have sex now that you just forgot my birthday and didn't care about me? But okay, whatever.
Yeah, but, and she's like, what is she gonna do? Take those Reese cups up to bed with her?
Yeah, that's what she's like. Yeah, they're any more those or peanut butter cups or whatever, and he's like, yeah, here you go. I think that's to show that she's slightly different, but she's still basically the same person regardless, and she probably would never be satisfied. I think that's her character. That's like she's never satisfied no matter what happens. So I mean, and he decides, well, if I got rid of the son, why not? And there's a point where he goes, Are you sad that we didn't have children? And he's like, and she's like, no, have some rugrat running around under my feet. Forget that.
She's like, what in the world would I do with a rugrat? But what I want to know in connection with that, when he makes the sun, when he deletes the sun from existence, the picture on the wall that was a family picture, the son's gone, but the wife is holding a little chihuahua looking dog. Where is that dog at? Like, I guess think you would expect this yapping, little chihuahua to be running around.
They couldn't afford the dog to be actually in the episode. They could only afford it for
just in the picture.
Remember, this show probably wasn't expensive to make. I mean, but and then he basically deletes her out of existence, and he decides, all right, now that I did that, why don't I bring the woman I was really in love with and my nephew back and make them my family? And as he's trying to do that, because the word processor was put together with spare parts and bits and pieces and not really sound.
It has an expiration date.
Yeah,
there's an expiration date on it.
So it's basically he's trying to get the life he wants, and he keeps typing and typing, and finally it just blows up, and that's it. And then at the end, the old guy comes back, and Wait, did the old guy come back? I can't remember now. I just
No,
watched
I
this.
think he talks to him on the phone early on.
Okay, there's some interaction. Yeah.
Mhm.
And then the nephew, who is now his son, pops up and is like, "Oh, hey, Dad," and I don't know why I used these crappy parts for this, but I just kind of did it in a hurry because he felt something he needed to do it before a certain time, because basically that's a twist too, that we find out that the kid sort of in some way knew he was going to die. So he wanted to get this this word processor done because he knew that Davidson's character was going to bring him back. And basically, it's alluded that that he knew he was going to die, and that he knew he could, if he built this thing in time, and it was given to him, he would be able to bring back. I mean, I don't know if you thought the same thing, but yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely what I got from it. And like years later, after I'd already seen the Tales from the Darkside episode, of course, I read the actual Stephen King story, which I also liked very, very much. And in my opinion, the episode follows Stephen King's story pretty well. I mean, you're dealing with short form stories, so there's not a lot to work from there.
Yeah.
But still, I think it was very well fleshed out for television. And I must say, I love Bruce Davison. I think he was the guy that held this episode together. He was the glue that was holding this episode together, because I felt like, maybe with the exception of Mr. Nordoff's character, the others, even Belinda, the woman that he was in love with and wanted to marry but was too scared to ask her out, and the nephew who later becomes his son, and Lena, his wife at the beginning, and his obnoxious, lazy son at that time, they all seemed to be kind of throwaway characters to me. They were just in the background.
Yeah.
But the Bruce Davison, his character was the one that just kept moving the story along.
Yeah. Well, Lena was sort of the comic relief, and then you sort of have the goofy neighbor guy. And then we only get a little bit of dialogue from the nephew. I mean, the son, the son's just an obnoxious, he's just basically a stereotypical, or he's an over exaggerated stereotypical teenager is basically what he is.
Yeah.
And then I think Belinda, we don't need to see it. Like it ends with her holding like a coffee or whatever for him, and she's just she's angelic, and she's sort of like, the beautiful prize that he wanted in his life, and so I don't think there's supposed to be much to her, but besides just
she never says a word. She just appears, holding the cup of cocoa. Yeah. And did you think, like, just after the word processor explodes, and we're at that point, we're not sure if he's going to get what he wanted or not, or if it was too late, and then the nephew, who's now his son, shows up. That whole scene where he's first talking to him, when he gets to the part where he says, "Mom has cocoa if you want it," he's doing that. Did you notice that he was doing that whole thing with his head was like doing like that, or am I totally off base with that? It just seemed very weird. Talking, he was moving his head in a strange way. So sometimes I just pick on these little things, but the episode overall is very good. It is one of my favorites. A perfect Stephen King story to put in a series like this. And again, Bruce Davison is fantastic. I love that guy. Just about anything that I watch him in. And as many of you will know, he was in Willard. He played Willard in the Rat
Yep.
movie.
Yep. And he's the senator in the X-Men movie. The first X-Men.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And he's
Who
been
gets
in
turned into a blob of water.
he's been in, like I was talking about last night when we were talking about the Wave, that after school special type of
Yeah.
show. He played the high school teacher in that, which he's very good at playing teacher characters, and he's also very good at playing characters that are kind of put upon, like he was in this episode of Tales from the Darkside,
Yeah.
and he played Willard. Everybody just dumped on Willard, and so I couldn't imagine anybody but Bruce Davison playing that part. But
Mhm.
he's he looks kind of nerdy at times, but he's charming too. Especially in this episode, Tales from the Darkside, I think he is.
Yeah.
So, anything else you want to bring up about that episode?
No, I think we're good. All right. So the one who played Lena, she was in two other episodes, but she only does voice, so she's not actually physically in any episodes.
Ah, okay. So just voice work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just throw that bit of trivia in there. But,
That's good. You're the trivia man, TJ.
yeah.
So moving on is the episode, A Case of the Stubborns.
You take this one since it's your favorite episode. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll talk about it first. And as I said earlier, this holds particular fondness for me because I remember watching this one with my family, including my cousin Heather, who was visiting for the week. We used to visit each other and stay for an entire week with I would go to her house one week and she'd come to my house for 1 week through the summertime. So, anyways, I love this episode because it has a bunch of black humor in it, but that makes it all the more fun.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you've got a lot of people. You've got a guy from, is the guy from Green Acres on this, TJ? Doesn't he play the doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And we also have, and forgive me, guys, because I like Star Trek, but traditionally I'm not a Trekkie. So if I pronounce this guy's name wrong, please don't kill me or don't throw things at me. So I'm never sure if it's Brent Spiner or Brent Spinner. He played Deadites. Spiner. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So we also have Brent Spiner playing the Reverend, and I think he does an awesome job and adds a little bit of comedic flavor to this episode that's already pretty funny anyway.
Yeah.
So also, gosh, I'm totally losing my train of thought here. Is it Eddie? Is it Eddie Bracken who plays the old man?
Yes.
Okay.
Grandpa, yeah.
Yeah, Grandpa. So the basic story is the scene opens with, you see the Holy Bible on the kitchen table, and at that point we're not really sure what's going on, but we hear voices talking, a son and his mother talking in the background, and we soon realize that the grandfather has passed away. But we don't yet know that the corpse is still upstairs in his bedroom. And so, the mother and the son are talking back and forth, and they, the son's saying, Mom, don't cry. And she says, oh, Jody, I have to, but I'll be all right. And they're sitting down to breakfast, and, they say grace before they eat. Jody says grace, and he tells God that his grandfather's on his way up to meet him now, and kind of look over him because he's a bit feisty, but he don't mean anything by it. And then, just as they're about to take their first bites of breakfast, they hear something that sounds like somebody coming down the steps from upstairs. And the mother and son look at each other, and they're like, what was that? And they're like, I don't know what it is. And you see the old man come downstairs and plant himself at the head of the table. And they're just like, you are a corpse. How are you coming down here and talking to us?
Yeah.
And so that's when the beginning of the humor starts, because A Case of the Stubborns is a perfect title to this episode, because this old man is literally too stubborn to realize that he's dead. And so he's just coming down to breakfast like normal. He wants to know where his plate of food is. They didn't set out a plate for him. They just set the Holy Bible there because he was dead. And he's like, where's my plate? And his daughter says, here, you take mine, Daddy. And he's like, well, this won't last me the morning. And so his grandson hands him his plate too. And he said, well, you two allied fools can starve if you want to, but I'm going to eat. So as the story moves along, Grandpa just basically goes out and sits in his rocking chair on the front porch and just relaxes. It's like a normal day for him. So his daughter goes and gets the doctor to come and bring the death certificate and show it to him. And they have a very funny exchange where the grandpa basically tells the doctor, well, you were drunk last night, Snodgrass, and you look considerably deader than I do. And the doctor shows him the death certificate. He says, I can't read, dang you. And he said, what is it? And he says, that's your death certificate. You died of a heart attack. Or he says cardiac arrest. He says, that's a doctor or a medical for heart attack, And, the old man just keeps arguing with him. So finally the doctor gives up and goes away. So some time passes. Grandpa's still sitting out in his rocking chair. He's starting to look pretty green by this time. And, I'm not kidding about this. If you have never seen this episode, you would definitely have to see it for yourself to get the full effect of it. So then they get the Reverend to come. And that's good old Brent Spiner. He shows up and he thinks that the old man is dead sitting in the rocking chair. He asked the grandson, he says, is he? And the grandson says, well, I don't rightly know, Reverend. And then he says, of course he is. And then you see the old man's eyes open, and the Reverend just backs up. And so then he starts an argument with the old man about, you should lay down your burden and just go to heaven. And I'll never forget this line. The old man looks at the Reverend and he says, well, if you think heaven's a nice place to be, why don't you go there yourself? So finally the Reverend just gives up in disgust. And the daughter was supposed to go get some lemonade, but they didn't have any lemonade. They had a jug of alcohol. I don't know if it was moonshine or what it was, but Brent Spiner, I mean, he takes the cake with this because he grabs that jug and he says, praise be, and he just guzzles it down. And then he leaves and takes the jug with him when he
Yeah.
goes. So they get really desperate. The daughter is crying because she says that the health department or something's going to condemn them or something because basically they've got a corpse that will not lay down and die. So she's like, well, what are we going to do? So Jody, the grandson, decides to go see the old voodoo woman. And that is another funny scene because this voodoo woman, she ain't going to do anything to anybody. And she even at one point basically says she's lost her edge. So she figures out that the old man is Titus Tolliver. And she said, oh, I remember your granddad. She tells her granddad. And she says, I figure I owe him one. So she gives a little baggie of something. We don't know what it is at first. So he brings it home, tells his mom, says, you know, the voodoo lady says if we put this in his napkin, it will work. Okay. And his mom smells of it and she says, honey, she said, I think that voodoo woman was just pulling your leg. This ain't nothing but strong black pepper. And the grandson says, no, Ma, she promised it will work. So here comes Grandpa down the stairs ready to eat his catfish and greens and whatever it is that they're having for dinner. And so they got the napkin laid out with the pepper in it. And the grandson looks at the grandpa. He says, hey, Grandpa, you got some greens on your chin. And he's, oh, well, thank you, boy. And he, pulls up the napkin and kind of flips it like this. All that pepper comes out, makes him sneeze. And just before that, he's told him, if I saw some real proof that I was really dead, I'd be the first one to go upstairs and lie down forever. So we don't know exactly what has happened when he sneezes into the napkin, but we soon find out. And this is, to me, this is one of the most graphic scenes I can remember in a Tales from the Darkside episode. Because what Grandpa has done is he sneezed his nose off. And before he goes upstairs, he says, I guess he sees it in the napkin and he says, well, there ain't no fool like an old fool. And he tells him goodbye and goes upstairs and he dies. And then Jody says, well, if that ain't proof, I don't know what is. And the camera zooms in on the nose and the napkin with the little tendrils and junk coming out of it.
It's terrible.
But I would love to hear what TJ thinks about this episode.
Well, we should talk about the effects because Grandpa Tolliver looks gross as hell. It's like he gets worse and worse. First, he's just sort of shiny, and like when he's eating, it's like his lips are kind of like, just like wet and everything, and it's just like he's just face is basically melting. So it's very wet. It's very gross. It's the makeup. I mean, if that's what a corpse looks like sitting out in the daytime too much, and it's pretty gross. And when he, like you said, when he blows his nose off, that's his snot and it's his pieces of whatever, and it's the whole episode with him is anytime he shows up, it's gross. It's just,
but it's fun too, though.
He's like slurping when he's eating. It's terrible. But yeah, it's definitely a lighter episode. A lot of the episodes, are very like either there's something dark about it, but this one And this one's very lighthearted and very, like I said, it's gross and gross and lighthearted. Yeah. One of my favorite lines is when he comes down to the dinner, eat the last time, and he's like, and everybody's like, "You're dead," and he's like, "I've been telling people I've been dead so many times. I'm not dead so many times. I'm just blue in the face." And then his daughter goes, "Ain't that the truth? I don't think I've seen anybody bluer." Oh, you forgot to mention Christian Slater plays the grandson. Yeah, he's very good in it too. Like it's very, like I said, it's a comedic episode, and it's very funny, and it's funny and gross. I think it's Sam Raimi-esque, maybe like Evil Dead 2 type of situation here. But
yeah, I don't think it's a terrifying episode.
No, it's not scary at all.
Stretch of the imagination. It is gross.
Yeah.
And it is very comedic. And I think that's what they were going for with this. And even though this wasn't a Stephen King related episode, I know there was an interview done with Stephen King a long time ago, or pretty early in his career, where he basically said that first he would try to scare people. And then if he couldn't scare them, he would go for the gross out. So that's what I think of when I think about this episode, is that Stephen King interview where he said that. So they were like, I could imagine them saying, we're basically not going to try to scare anybody with this episode.
Mm-hmm.
We're eventually going to go for the gross out with this one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely. I don't know if I would say this is my all-time favorite episode, but it's pretty far up there on my list. It's one that I like to go back to quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Anything else you want to say about A Case of the Stubbers?
No, well, it was. I think one of the things the story was based on like an Appalachian folk tale, so it's actually sort of it's like a grim fairy tale type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Which is it's basically the same thing. Somebody, a relative or somebody in a family doesn't believe that they're dead until somebody proves to them that they're dead. So that's like a basic, folklore or creepypasta or urban legend type of situation. So that's a cool little like, how do you back in 1980, how do you make this into a contemporary story? But even though it's not really contemporary too, because it could have been in any time period. It didn't have to be like the 80s. That could have been. It's like at least I don't know how things are now, but I think back, a southern, one horse town type of place. They probably they're kind of not backwards, but they're not very like. There's no telephones. There's no TVs and stuff like that. But that's a fun episode. Yeah.
Okay, so moving along is Jen No Chaser. And this is another pretty comedic episode. And I am going to let TJ talk about this one first, because this is the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar episode.
Yeah.
So I'll turn it over to you, TJ.
So it starts off with the main character who's basically in an asylum, and he's basically telling the story of his new wife and him and their crappy apartment, and they're looking for stuff for their apartment, and they find this old lamp.
Mm-hmm.
And the lamp has a genie, and the genie's is very obnoxious. He insults them all the time. He calls them names. I wish I wrote down some of the names, but he calls them some pretty.
I think he calls.
I think he calls her like a harlot and stuff.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. And that's Colleen Camp, by the way.
Yes, Colleen Camp from Clue and a lot of stuff.
Is she in that Death Games movie? Have you ever seen Death Games?
No.
Where her, I think it's Colleen Camp, and I'm trying to remember the other actress in it. And they basically, it's a lot like that Knock Knock movie, where they basically show up at this guy's house and they do, I think it's the one where they do all kinds of terrible things to him, basically take him hostage.
Mm-hmm. No, I haven't seen that one.
Sandra Locke, that's right, Texas.
Oh, okay.
Sandra Locke's the other actress. Death Game, yeah, with Death Game without an S. I was adding an S to it. But.
The ex Mrs. Dirty Harry.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, it's another. Yeah, I think there's like 3 in a row. They're all like all funny episodes, I think. So basically, the genies basically refusing to grant them any wishes, and they're like, "Well, what are we doing? We're just being insulted." It's basically the. Mm-hmm. And then let's see. So yeah, we keep flashing back to the guy telling the story in the asylum, and he's in a straitjacket, and they're like, he's talking to a doctor we never see, and he's basically, all these things are happening, and he's like, basically, and then it gets to the point where they can't leave the house because the genie's doing all these tricks and stuff to keep them from, being happy. It's basically, he's trying to ruin their lives, basically, because he's just a miserable genie. And every time they try to get out of the house, the genie sets up traps and animals, and so he finds
and stuff. They try to go in the hallway at their apartment. And there's a tiger out there.
So why is there a jungle out here? Wait a minute, we can't leave that. So basically, and then he basically escapes because the wife basically is like, maybe we should separate, and the genie kind of likes me better than you, and maybe if you leave, things will be better, and so the genie lets him leave, and basically he ends up in the asylum, but he gets out of the asylum because he basically lets himself out. He's like, okay, I think I'm fine. I think I can leave now.
Yeah,
and he goes back. Yeah, and then he goes back to his wife because they're like, has to do that. He's like, all right, let me go back. And then we find out that she got the genie out of the lamp. And the reason why the genie was so obnoxious and cranky is because he's 8 foot tall, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
Basically folded into, so I guess he's technically folded into the lamp.
Yeah.
That's why he's been upset, because his back has been hurting him and he's been in pain, and that's why I think
he says he had an eternal bellyache too.
Yeah, he says, yeah, that's right. So that's almost the end of the episode, and she's like, well, the genie is my friend now, and we're all gonna live together, and everything's all gonna be great. And then he's like, well, how did you get him out of there? And then it cuts to, in a glass case, a can opener, and and they're like, well, the simplest thing, all we needed to do was open up with a can opener.
They do say that when he was first put into the lamp, that object didn't exist.
Yeah, he says, yes, things like that didn't exist years, centuries ago when I was put into the lamp. So that's a nice little. And it's like the two characters, the husband and wife, are just hilarious together. They're just, it's just funny. I think it's one of the funniest.
They actually act like a newlywed couple, who's trying to get used to living with each other, and they're squabbling, but they're not having like really serious fights.
Yeah.
There's at one point she like takes the lamp and gets in the bed and she's kind of pouting. And he said, "Oh, now you're mad at me." So to me, that's typical, newlywed type of stuff. I mean, I can say from experience that Steve and I did that silly little stuff when we, when I first moved in. Because here, spoiler about our marriage, I moved in with Steve before we got married, all living in sin there. But
God don't like that.
but we had little squabbles here and there, and now they seem so silly, you know.
Yeah.
And so I definitely now, as opposed to when I was a kid watching this episode, can feel a kinship with those characters that, oh yeah, I know how that is to be a newlywed. And like I said, you're trying to get to know the other person, and what's it you don't really know what it's like to live with the person that you
Mhm.
marry until you're actually living with that person. You have to learn to live with that person, warts and all. So I really enjoy that aspect of that episode now that I'm an adult and I'm married,
Right.
as opposed to being a kid watching it. Um, so Movie Junkie John says, TJ, it's funny you said that. My mom would always say that about her, Mrs. Eastwood. She was also in Every Which Way But Loose. Yep, that's right. She was.
Yep. She was in the monkey movies.
um, so yeah, I'll just say I like this episode. And I agree with TJ. Like there were 3 episodes right in a row that were very heavy on the comedy.
Yeah.
Um, and instead of being more along the scary the scary side of it.
Mm-hmm. It's a very clever episode too. Even the title, "Gin No Chaser," it's spelled
I like
DGINN. Like,
that.
and the characters and just the things they say to each other. It's very like, it's not just like goofy jokes. It's like really like thinking type of comedy between the two of them, and the whole, oh well, a can opener, duh. Why didn't we try that to begin with? That makes perfect sense. So it's a very
Yeah, he
very
even
clever stuff throughout the thing. So
he says something about penny Annie ordinary can opener.
yeah.
Um, and it's the old school can openers. We're
Oh
not
yeah, I hate
talking
those.
about like the electric jobbies. This was actually the hand deal. I don't know how you would use an electric one to open up a lamp, though. I think this worked better for
Yeah.
that particular episode. Um, so moving right along to the next episode, which is also a comedy heavy episode and has Harry Anderson in it.
Yep.
And also Dick Miller as well is in this episode. Um, All a Clone by the Telephone, which is kind of a, a neat title or
Mhm.
an interesting title. So you want to kick it off and start talking about this one, TJ?
Sure. Well, it was directed by A. De Palma, not the De Palma, but Frank De Palma. I don't know if anybody knows who he is. He didn't do that much. He did some TV stuff and whatever. But yeah, so let's see. All the Clone by the Telephone. Rhymes. That's good. So Harry Anderson's basically a TV writer, and he's not doing too well. He's basically writer's block is more, I guess, basically is what he has. So he gets an answering machine that is sentient, and it basically starts giving him ideas for stories. And now he starts becoming successful, and he has a girlfriend who's right. Yeah, that's right. He's got a girlfriend who's like, Wait, are they? Is it a girlfriend or is it just a friend of his? I can't remember now.
No, it's his girlfriend, but
Okay.
he evidently, Harry Anderson's character must be a guy that's not ready to commit because the girlfriend wants to get married
Okay.
and he doesn't.
Yeah. And so basically, he gets the relationship with the with the answer machine, who basically is his ghostwriter. Which that could have been a whole thing where it would have been interesting if the thing was possessed, but I think it's more like it just becomes alive. It's basically, like I said, it's basically becomes sentient in it. Starts,
Don't they mention an alternate universe at one time?
Yeah, I think it's done more comedic. Like they're just like it's just telling him things and kind of goofy instead of like it's not like like it's not technical, but yeah, it's very like. I should have wrote down dialogue. I'm terrible at remembering dialogue, but so yeah, it's basically yeah. And he becomes famous, but then the answer machine starts getting its own, deciding it wants to do its own thing, and it calls other answering machines, and
it has
it's like setting up
relationship.
appointments for him, and then it decides, oh well, you're not giving me the credit I deserve for making you famous, and it starts, getting back at him and leaving messages and saying, on his behalf, and basically screwing up his life. And it basically the at the end the answer machine starts getting all the credit and just basically forces him to write, because it's like you either write or you're going to be basically a homeless loser if you don't do what I want you to do.
He becomes a slave to his answer machine.
Yeah,
basically what happens.
Because I think that's the point. One of the answer, like he's having trouble with the girlfriend, and then the answer machine like sends flowers or something like that to her house, and I think she thinks it's from him. And there's a lot of comedic stuff going on. But that's the gist of it, where it's basically this thing is saying, I'm going to be the boss of everything, and you're just going to be the my servant through your life, or
I'm going to
you're screwed.
I'm going to become famous through you, which seems completely absurd when you think about it. The idea of a voice on an answering machine, or an answering machine in general, wanting to become famous. How exactly would that happen? They didn't give the answer machine a name. I don't think the voice ever was referred to by any sort of name or anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
I could remember. But I love Harry Anderson in this episode, and I also love Dick Miller as his agent, and the interaction between Harry Anderson and Dick Miller, both who sadly are no longer with us.
Yeah.
And I always thought Harry Anderson, I remember watching Harry Anderson on Night Court. That was the big thing I remember watching him on. But I mean, he was also in Stephen King's It as the adult Richie Tozer. And he was just, I think he was a fantastic comedic actor. He even was comedic in It. Some of the dialogue that was given to him, he really, really pulled it off.
Yeah.
So he was really good in this. I think he and Dick Miller worked well together. And again, I think they were the two central characters. They were the glue that held this particular episode together. And the other, like the girlfriend, was basically a background character. She showed up in a few scenes and interacted with Harry Anderson, and that was it. The movie, the filmmaker that he talks to, all these people, I think, were secondary, and didn't really serve a major purpose in moving the story along. But
well, give credit to the answering machine. He was pretty. I don't know. I gotta look up who did the voice to the answer machine, but he was very. He was hilarious. His voice was like, "No, so what are we gonna do now? I'm gonna make you think." You know, he's very like mousy type of. Yeah, so
It's like those obnoxious guys that hang around the water cooler at work.
Yeah, yeah.
See if TJ can find out who that is.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm not doing anything until I find out.
We're not moving on until we find out who that is.
Who did that? Let's see. No. Ah, he did have a name. Quentin Karp. That was the name of the. That was the name of the answer machine. He had a name.
Oh, okay. Maybe
Tom Newman. I don't know.
Yeah, that name's not.
He's been in a lot. He's been in some. He did. It's a TV dude. I don't know. I don't think I remember him from any of these. Me. He died in 1991. I know that.
Oh.
Oh.
So
he looks familiar. Okay, yeah.
So, they have a picture of him.
Yeah, he was in a movie with Stockard Channing called The Fortune in 1975. He's like a.
Never seen that one.
Like a shorter guy, dark hair, mustache, like Joe Pesci type of. Interesting.
Got a Joe Pesci vibe there. So what that for now officially ends the comedic episodes, and now we're back to the dark side now.
Oh, they get very dark in this one. This one's very.
Yes.
It's a little. I don't want to say scary because I don't think I think it's got a lot of good chilling moments. I'd say for 1984. Like I said, watching these late at night really helps the atmosphere that when you're watching it.
Exactly. Yes.
So I think this one.
So
it's got a little bit of scary stuff in it, I think.
The episode that we're going to talk about next is In the Cards, which has the lady, gosh, was her name Dorothy Lyman? She was
from
on
Mama's Family, and she was on, was she in a soap opera or something?
She may have been. So I'm going to let TJ talk about In the Cards first.
So it's about she's basically a con artist. She reads tarot cards, and she's basically a fortune teller. And she's a fraud. And you see at the beginning, she's showing how she fakes everything. And we think of what was it? Ouija 2. She's sort of like the character from Ouija 2. Where she's a fake medium is basically what she is, and she sets up all these things, and she basically, rich housewives and whatever. She just tells them the things.
She tells them what they want to hear.
Yeah, she tells them. Yeah.
That's how she makes all her money. Because she gives good readings every time. She's
a nice con artist. She doesn't say anything bad. She gives everybody, prosperous, friendly, nice readings, and she gets this one client and who's acting a little odd. Mm-hmm. And she asks for a drink of water, and she goes to get the water, and the woman switches the a deck of cards.
Yep.
And she's like, "Well, I gotta go. I can't. I have to be somewhere." And she leaves, and she's like, "Oh, you don't want to finish your reading? Okay." So then there's like a nice old man who comes in for readings once in a while, and she's friendly with him, and he comes in for a reading, and she sees something bad, and she's afraid to say anything because she just saw it. Basically, you can tell what she saw. She saw his death. So anyway, he dies.
Yeah.
And she finds out basically, that's not exactly what happens, but she finds out that these cards are cursed, and she's trying to figure out why it was done to her. And then she talks to a friend of hers, and she's like, this woman came, and she's like, what was her name? And she tells her name, and it's like, she's a medium, and she doesn't like when people do what you do, where you're basically a fake and
Yeah, and you're
implying that these are
taking clients away from her. And
she was sort of jealous of that. So she says, hey, I'm going to give you this deck of bad cards. So she goes to the woman for to find out, hey, what's going on? And she says, yeah, they're cursed. You're screwed. But you have to, if you give them to someone else, who you think she's trying to say, hey, give it to somebody who deserves these cards. She's basically trying to say, do what I did to you. And she's like, I don't want to do that, but she like realizes that she's been dealt a bad hand, so to say. So she basically has to trade the cards over. So she finds another person who's a medium, and she switches the cards, but she makes the mistake of not leaving before her fortune is read, because her fortune is read, you're dead, which is the basic idea of this. And she's like, no, I don't want to hear my fortune. And she leaves, and she gets mugged by a mugger who kills her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she gets stabbed because the card she keeps getting is the I don't know what the card is, but swords.
Yeah, and you always know something bad's going to happen because you hear that sword sound.
Yeah, there's like a cha-ching type of sound
like
every time. Yeah, every time she sees the card, or when something happens, when someone gets killed or whatever. So yeah, so that's like that's another Twilight Zone, EC comic creep show type of ending where
right.
She's not. That's another thing too about this series. It's like these aren't really bad people. A lot of the time, the people are just normal, regular people, and they're still getting screwed.
Yeah, and they make bad choices, or make a mistake along the way, and it's not a mistake that's going to cause major harm to anybody else, really, in the grand scheme of things. But I totally get that. And like I said, this starts the darker ones again, because we had a little comedy, we had a little break there with 3 episodes in a row, and then bam, we're right back into the deep darkness of the well again, so to speak. But I don't like this episode as well as I do some of the others, especially the one that's going to be after this one. The one that we're going to talk about after this one is another one of my favorites, and is a very creepy one. But this one still is effective. I think Dorothy Lyman does a good job of playing this character who, like TJ says, she's not trying to be malicious, really. She's just trying to get what she thinks that is owed to her. Like, and a lot of people are like that. They're like, when is my ship gonna come in? So, she's gonna strike while the iron's hot. And so she's not an evil person. She's just a person that makes bad choices. So you kind of feel for her character, and I kind of felt sad with what happened to her at the end of the episode, because you had followed her character through the entire episode, 22-minute episode, and by the point where the episode literally takes her out, I wanted her to escape whatever this curse was. And that didn't happen, unfortunately. So, decent episode. maybe not quite as effective as some of the others we're talking about tonight, but still a worthy watch.
Yeah.
So that brings us to one of my all-time favorite episodes, and one of the, in my opinion, very creepy episodes with a very creepy ending, and that's Anniversary Dinner. So, TJ, you want to start talking about Anniversary Dinner?
Yeah. It's got Alice Ghostly from Bewitched and everything else she's been into, Designing Women, and
well, she was in a ton of stuff.
she was the mechanic teacher, whatever the hell she was in Greece. She was
shop teacher or whatever.
Whatever you call the people who automotive. She was the automotive teacher, I guess that's what she was.
Right.
And she's in a pretty creepy movie directed by Jeff Lieberman, the Blue Sunshine. She's in that one.
Yes, I've forgotten about that. Yes, Blue
Sunshine. The guy's trying to find out what's going on, and he goes, she's a neighbor of the guy who killed his family or whatever. But yeah. So yeah, so it's about this girl. What this episode reminds me of a little bit? Motel Hell. Because you get this girl who's
a little bit, yeah.
You have this girl who comes across this couple, and she's running away from her boyfriend, and these two people are like very nice older couple. Their children are gone supposedly, and they're very nice to her, and they're like, come live with us and we'll take care of you, and they take care of her, all right.
Exactly.
They keep talking about their anniversary dinner, and they invite her to the dinner, and we find out that she is the dinner. They put her in taking care of her. They put her in their jacuzzi, and start putting carrots and salt and wine and spices and vegetables, and she thinks it's all funny, and because she's getting drunk, and the wine is poison, and they basically kill her to eat her because they're cannibals. Shock. And then they talk about, we're so glad the children could be here, and they open up their cupboard, and there's several skulls on like 3 or 4 shelves, and those are skulls of all the people they ate who became their meal, is basically what it was. But you go ahead, fill in all the gaps. Go ahead.
Well, this episode, for me anyway, is so effective and so creepy, because this, on first glance at this older couple, you just think they're just regular, couple that kind of, the old man's kind of cranky sometimes, and he talks to his wife kind of roughly, and she's just, oh, Henry, she's not having any of it. And it's like, just don't be so grumpy and stuff. And they seem like your typical older couple. And they actually seem like they're so excited about their anniversary, and proud that they've been together as long as they have been, and all of that. And they keep talking about their children. And the wife, Alice Ghostly's character, seems to look really sad that the children are not around. And you think, oh, she's missing her kids. But as the story moves along, things take a very dark turn. And like TJ said, they're not interested in taking care of this girl. They might be interested in fattening her up like a little pig or something. But what they ultimately want to do is eat her, because that she is going to be their anniversary dinner. because they were cannibals. But there is one scene where I just have to laugh at it. It's when the girl is visibly drunk and she's not really sure what's going on. She's in the jacuzzi or the hot tub, and the old lady brings out that gigantic wooden spoon and
Yes,
starts
yeah.
stirring everything. And I had to wonder the very first time I watched this episode, though, why an older couple had a jacuzzi anyway. I just
Their bones are weak. They need some. They need the bubbles.
I did think that odd before I knew, what the ending was going to be. But that last shot of them opening that cabinet and just rows of skulls in there. But I want to hear what TJ thinks about this. Do you think that those skulls were of their real children and they killed and ate their real children? Or these were just young people that showed up, just like the girl that they just cooked into a stew? And those were their skulls, just random young people that had showed up.
I think it's both.
I think it's both.
They ran out of their kids, and they needed to start supplementing the fact that they couldn't eat the young children anymore or whatever. Obviously this girl was probably supposed to be in her teens or whatever, but I'm gonna guess some of them were their kids, and then the rest of them were just like eventually you have to fill in with some random people because you got a taste for it, right?
Random passersby that come through.
Yeah.
But yeah, a very creepy episode, very effective. This is an episode that I didn't soon forget after watching it. And I still, even though I know what the twist is, I still like to watch it. It doesn't matter because it's such an effective episode.
Yeah.
That it doesn't matter that you know what the twist is. I feel like you could watch this one over and over and not get bored with it. So moving right along, is the episode Snip Snip with Carol Kane, starring Carol Kane, who I love. Carol Kane. I must say, I know some people may be a little bit annoyed by her voice or something at times, but I think Carol Kane is a really good actress. I mean, she's done dramatic roles. She was in the original When a Stranger Calls.
Yep.
And I think she was fantastic in that. And I've also seen her in comedic roles. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the movie Flashback with Kiefer Sutherland, who plays an FBI agent, and Dennis Hopper.
Oh.
It's a really good movie. Basically, Carol Kane plays a hippie that never grew out of her hippie ways in that movie. So if you've never seen that, I recommend it. But anyway, back to Snip Snip. I'm going to let TJ talk about Snip Snip first.
Yeah. So yeah. Also, this is not a funny episode. You think, oh, Carol Kane from Taxi is in it, and but it's not funny. She's not. I mean, she's sweet and lighthearted and innocent. I think that's definitely, you need that for what happens at the end of the episode. So she's basically she's a hairdresser, and she has her clients come over. There's a nice older gentleman who comes by, and she's very friendly with him, and she's talking about playing the lottery. So later, I think it's later that night. I can't remember if it's later that night or the next day, but so this guy sneaks into her house, and God. What happens? Jeez, I forget what happens. I know what happens, but I don't know like what happens in between when he gets there. The next thing that happens, I forget now. Damn it.
Is he kind of like hiding in her house, and then he just kind of jumps out, and he's angry because, and this is the actor is Bud Cort, I believe.
Yeah.
Is the so actually when the episode starts, if I'm remembering correctly, Bud Cort's character is a professor.
That's right. It starts with him. I forgot that. You're right. Okay.
Who thinks that, I guess he's been praying to Satan or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a warlock, is what he is.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. And he has come up with some lottery numbers of, I believe 666 is what he said. Those are my numbers. Like my guides have told me what the numbers will be. And so he's watching the lottery. He's already called his employer and basically told his employer what an asshole he is and stuff like that. He's basically going to quit because he's so sure he's going to win the lottery. But he didn't count on Carol Kane's character having her own ways of being able to know what the actual lottery numbers are going to be. So she wins the lottery and he's left there, with his thumb up his butt, basically just staring at his ticket in disbelief that he didn't win the lottery. So he's angry. So he's going to try to go steal her ticket from her. But he doesn't.
It was supposed to be his in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. So do you take Carol Kane's character to be a witch? She's a witch and he's a warlock.
They're both the same. He's a warlock and she's a witch. Is basically, yeah. So I was so much concentrating on her. I totally forgot the beginning of the episode. Yeah, because I think his number was 6666. All six, 4 6s.
Yeah.
And then her number was 6667.
Right. Exactly.
I think that's what it was. And yeah, so he's going there to basically, because he's like, this is mine. I deserve the money. You don't. I was supposed to, I did all the right things. I prayed to Satan. I did all the, I did all the sacrificing, and because they have this sort of conversation where he's going to kill her, but then they sort of like she sort of starts liking him, and they sort of start having a connection because they're both sort of doing the same thing, and they're, they're both just trying to start a life. And she's like, oh, maybe we can get together, and maybe because she's lonely. That's another thing too. It's like she's very lonely. She basically has her clients, and now that she's rich, she can go out into the world. But then she meets this guy who's like, he's gonna kill her, but
right.
She's like, I sort of like you, and maybe we can sort of become friends. And he's just like, no, I want the money. He's like, one track mind. I don't care about whatever. And
I don't care about romance or anything like that. I just want my money.
And he doesn't know that she has powers, and that she's more powerful than him, because she sort of has this like little trap door thing where she keeps her lottery ticket, and he's like, he uses his power to like open it up, and she slams it back down, and then he tries to open it again, and she's like, nope, I'm stronger than you are, bitch. I got you. And he realizes like, oh shit, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
And when he realizes that,
doing the title, the snip snip, she keeps doing the snip 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 snip.
Yeah, she's showing him her abilities, and like her lights, the lights break, and the things start falling apart, and she's like snip 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 snip, and like.
And doesn't it make his clothes? Doesn't it make cuts in his clothes and stuff?
Yeah,
like
she's just tormenting the crap out of him, basically. And he's like basically begging for his life, and then it cuts to her, she's got her lottery wins, and she's like, oh, I'm gonna take a trip, and she's like, but I'm gonna still still be
be
a hairdresser.
a
And he's like, and she's like, can I try a different hairstyle on you? I got this new head that I'd like to try out. And then you turn, and then she shows the head, and then it's the guy, Bud Cort's head on a stick, basically, with a goofy look on his face, but
Yeah, so there's your stinger. There's your little twist there. But I wonder, because she had some other heads there. I wonder if other guys had tried to kind of screw her over, and she did the same thing to get these other heads. Maybe there were
possibly
other locks or something.
But his goofy fake head was the only one that looked real. I don't know. It was.
Yeah, I think if I had been that old man, I would have said, "Hell no, I don't want. I don't want to look like that guy."
Yeah, the effects on the head were kind of cheesy. They're kind of like in Terror Train when Doc's head rolls out. It's like that.
Oh, exactly.
Like it resembles him enough, but it's. But yeah, so that's kind of that's a serious episode, but I still think because of Carol Kane, it's not as. It could be heavier if it was somebody more like sinister as the witch, someone who could turn over and go from being sort of sweet and innocent and then becoming sort of evil. But I think even though she wasn't totally scary, I mean, she was very she was strong. Like I wouldn't mess with her.
No. She was definitely. This was a different Carol Kane than probably we were used to. She wasn't meek. She wasn't just totally funny. She wasn't off the wall or anything like that. She was a driven woman, and she was gonna, take what she felt was hers at any cost. I like the episode. I think both Bud Cort and Carol Kane, I think they play well off of each other in that episode. Although it's not one of my all-time favorites, I do enjoy watching it.
Yeah.
So that moves us to I consider this next episode a very, very dark, really dark episode, which is Answer Me. This one is the one I think kind of sticks with you for a while after you watch it, but I'm going to let TJ talk about it a little bit first.
And this is another one where the character really doesn't deserve what they get at the end because they're really not a bad. She's it's about this actress who's subletting an apartment, and she's having a grand old time until the neighbors next door start making noises and pounding on the wall, and their phone keeps ringing, and it rings over and over again. And she has lines like, I'm paraphrasing, but like, the phone rang, and she's British, so she's very and it's mostly dialogue of her. There's no other. I don't think there's any other dialogue but her. So it's basically like a one-woman show type of situation. Exactly. I think if people were doing they want to be an actor and they want to do like a monologue, I think some of her stuff would make a great monologue. So basically, she's calling her friend who she's subletting the apartment from, and she's like, those neighbors, and they're driving me crazy, and they're up at all hours in the night, and they let their phone ring 8,000 times because the person on the other end thinks maybe the 8,001 time the person will answer the phone, but they're not gonna. She said, so there's lines like she's funny too, and so she's annoyed, but she's kind of endearing. Like, I think you're saying with the right actor. I think if the wrong actor did this, you would just like want this woman to be something would happen to her. You're just wanting something to happen to her. But this one, she's like, you understand her. Like, yeah, she's like, yeah, I missed. I was late for a call to a role I wanted to get, and I had 2 minutes of sleep because of the pounding and the phone ringing, and you're like, yeah, I understand you. I'd be like annoyed too, and like no one's helping her. She's like, her friends no help, and she finally calls like the superintendent, and they're like, there's nobody in that apartment next to you, and she's like, what? So she goes to investigate, and she gets in the apartment, and all she sees is a telephone, and she's like, well, I know there's a telephone in here, that's for sure.
And the creepy conversations she has when she tries to call the phone company.
Yeah, so
to
she's
have the
calling
phone disconnected.
inside the people's house, and she's like, but then you realize it's her voice that's
Exactly.
talking back to her.
Which is even more creepy.
Yeah, and it's talking cryptically. I mean, I'm not gonna, I don't know the exact dialogue, but it's basically saying things to her, and she's like, she realizes that she's talking to herself, and the voice is saying, so they're saying the previous tenants. One of the I think it was a woman who was a previous tenant, and she was strangled to death. And you hear her own voice telling her on the phone, and she was strangled to death.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's so surreal and so creepy. And then, some people might think the next part where the phone is actually chasing her, they may think that's kind of hokey a little bit.
Yeah.
But in the end, I think it's very creepy. The way the cord wraps around her throat.
Yeah.
And all of that. And then, after all that happens, you hear the phone start up ringing again.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, not exactly like Black Christmas, but at the end of the original Black Christmas, where you hear the phone ringing from inside the sorority house as the credits roll, it seems similar to me like that.
It also reminds me of the earlier episode, inside the closet with the girl gets killed. I think it's sort of the same kind of, here's what we have for special effects, so this is the best we can do. So yeah, it's if you look at it now, you could go, oh, it's kind of goofy, but if you follow the character through the story and what's happening, and if you get into the creepiness of it, I think you kind of could overlook. That's like with the first Evil Dead. You can sort of, looking back on it, ignore that. Well, not ignore, but it's a low budget, and they, you can see some wires, and you can see the tube on the neck where the blood spurts out. But if you watch it in the right frame of mind, it can freak you out, and it can be pretty spooky. I mean, if you're hearing all these noises and you find out that nobody's been in this apartment and the previous owner died, you're like, I think it's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I thought so too. And this episode, again, it might be as long as the other episodes, but I just felt like this one was a little bit of a shorter episode, and that might have just been in my mind. But the woman in it, that actress, she basically, like TJ said, she's a one-woman show, because you don't hear anybody, even when she's on the phone, like talking to the guy that owns the apartment building, when she's talking to her friend that she's subletting the apartment from. You never hear their voices. And even when supposedly she's talking to somebody at the phone company or the police station, that's her voice on the other end. So you basically have no other actors or actresses to interact with, and no other voices to interact with other than her own. So that, to me, that's genius. The way that's set up like that.
Oh, okay. So the woman who played the actress, Jean Marsh, she's still acting now. She was in the series Willow, that came out recently. She was in the TV show. So they did a TV show of 9 to 5, and she played Roz in the TV version of 9 to 5.
I've seen the movie 9 to 5, but I never watched the TV version.
Yeah, it's the same thing, with different actors. But yeah, so
John chimed in here about the Snip Snip episode. He says, this sounds like Carol Kane's character in Scrooge, LOL. I had forgotten about that. It's been a little while since I watched Scrooge, but right about that. So this moves us right along to the last disc for this season, disc 3. The first episode on this disc is the Tear Collector. So not sure. I thought I heard something back there. I may be freaking myself out talking about these Tales from Darkside episodes. I know like Steve is like a damn cat. He comes up behind me sometimes and I don't know he's there until he says something, scares the shit out of me. So yeah, I'm just really wary of him getting up and doing that. So anyway, TJ, you want to kick this one off and talk about the Tear Collector?
So it stars Jessica Hopper, who I love a lot. So yeah. I mean, even if the episode was bad, I would just say it was good because I like her. So so she's a woman who's just basically sad all the time, and her friends like, you know, let's go on this double date, and she's like, no, I'm too sad to go. And she's just it's not funny either. She's very like, it's like she's depressed, but all she can do is cry, and her friends like, that's all you do is cry. I mean, come on, let's go out, let's do something. And she's like, no, I'm gonna stay in because, you know, and her name's Prudence, so you know she's very
yeah,
she sounds like a Prudence. So this mysterious man played by Victor Garber comes into her life, and he's basically collecting her tears, and she thinks that, you know, oh, okay, he's like, this will help you and it'll also help me, but she doesn't really know what's going on. So she basically goes to visit him and tells him about her life, and she pries into this little vial he has that's shaped like a swan, which he collects her tears every session. And she starts to sort of fall for him, and so she keeps going back, and she's basically falls in love with the guy, and he tells her, this is your last session. I've gotten all your tears, and now
he does tell her that tears are the only thing he can take from her, so he can't have a relationship with her.
He's like, that's all I can take from you is your tears. And she's like, I thought you loved me, and, you know, is basically her thinking. And she's mad more than anything. And she grabs her vial and she leaves, and he's like, I'm sorry, you know, and that's, you know, I can't do anything else. But she's just like so crushed by, you know, he's basically rejecting her is what she feels. And she goes out, runs into the street like an idiot, and she almost gets hit by a car. And the guy gets out, and she drops the vial, and it's, you know, it broke, and all the tears are on the floor. And she's like, goes up to him. He comes up to her and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay?" And and she's like, "Oh, I'm fine." And she's like, he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry about, you know, you breaking your, you know, whatever." And she's like, I hope, was it valuable? She's like, well, it was to me. And he's like, she's like, you're gonna think this is kind of weird, but it was my tears. And he's like sort of endeared by her, you know, she finds her endearing, and he's sort of like, it's like a love at first sight type of thing. And they're like having this nice little conversation in the middle of the street.
And then they kind of just like walk off together. Like, I guess he's a rich guy who has somebody driving him around, and like he just basically leaves his driver with the car and just walks
we actually don't know what happened. They just talk, like we don't know anything about him at all, and she just sort of falls for him with their conversation and goes off with him, and she's smiling for the first time, and he's like, you have a really, beautiful smile, and it sort of ends there, and it's like, okay, we don't really know what happened, really. I'm thinking maybe he was an alien from another world, and he's collecting tears because he's trying to understand humanity. I mean, I'm digging way too deep for any meaning.
That's definitely a feasible explanation for why he's doing that. And it wasn't only her tears that he was collecting. He had a room full of
that's what in their last session gets her upset, is that she sees another woman coming in, and he's like, oh, he's I'm not the only one he's doing this to. That's another reason she's so upset. She's like, I fell in love with you, and you're just doing this with any woman who can cry into a vial for you.
Exactly. Yeah.
And she realizes what's going on when she goes to get her tears, and she bumps into a shelf, and all the tears fall off, and then you hear all the crying of the women from the tears he collected, and she's like, sort of like, dumbfounded or whatever. And that's where I'm thinking it's sort of like an alien thing where, all the emotions of these people are in these little vials, and he's collecting them across the universe or whatever. But,
I may be making a stretch with this, but I was thinking that maybe he's maybe like an angel or some being from heaven sent down to make people happy that are so unhappy because essentially she is a happier person when her vial is filled up with the tears. So maybe he was sent down from heaven by God, maybe to, make people where they're not unhappy, or make, where they're not sad all the time. Because it kind of seemed like she was suffering from depression. Because
it might have been an allegory for that.
Yeah, because I not to get too like bum everybody out, but I suffer from depression myself, and I also watched my mom suffer with depression for a long time. And that is literally when somebody is deep into depression, that's literally what they do. They cry. They, my mom told me, she said, when I felt really bad, I didn't want to, eat. I couldn't really sleep, but I stayed in bed and I cried. And it didn't matter where I went or who I talked to, I cried. So I just wonder if maybe that wasn't, metaphorically something to do with depression.
Yeah, I'm going to it probably was. I mean, these aren't just, random stories. There's a lot of these episodes, there's more to it than just, the surface level.
So, which moves us along to the next episode, which is a pretty creepy episode, The Madness Room. Which I'll let TJ take the reins and talk a little bit about The Madness Room.
That'd be a good song. The Madness Room, the Madness Room. Okay. So that's this husband and wife and their friend. There's no threesome going on. They're just friends. This was back when three people could just be three people. Two men and a woman could just be friends and hang out, whatever.
Not a porno here, people. This is like
no.
for television.
And they find this sealed off room, and they find this diary. I think it's a diary. They find this diary of the man who lived there, and basically the room is supposed to make you insane and do harm to people. and it starts off with they're playing with the Ouija board, and they contact the spirit, and that's when they find out the spirit tells them that there's this room. I forgot that part. I always keep missing the beginning of some of these episodes. so the spirit, he's got like a Bob, Dan, Bill, one of those names. And the spirit says there's this room, and if you go in it, you'll become insane, and this stuff will happen. And basically, they find the room, and the wife. I just watched it too. What the hell?
If you want me to fill in some gaps, I can.
Does the friend go crazy first, or does the wife pretend the wife go crazy first? I forget that part.
So I think that the wife seems to go crazy.
There's 24 episodes. It's hard to keep track of all.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a twist to this one.
Oh, there's a twist. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a definite twist. Well, actually, a couple of twists. One of the twists is
it's a double twist again. Yeah,
the wife doesn't really care about her husband. She wants to see him dead. So she wants to scare him to death by telling him about a story that she assumes is not a real story. And she's in love with her friend. So her and the friend have got this scheme together to cause her husband to have a heart attack so they can run off together and like run off with his money and all that. So this is the elaborate plot setup of the madness room and all
it's
of that.
House on Haunted Hill.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
But the joke's on them by the end of the episode, because it turns out that it wasn't just a story. And that major harm is going to come to these people that tried to do bad things to Stuart Whitman's character. By the way, Stuart Whitman is the main guy in this episode. Yeah. But yeah, so you got a double twist at the end. This one again is very EC comic like, more so than some of the others, because these people are actually planning to do harm to Stuart Whitman's character, who seems pretty innocent to me throughout the episode. Yeah. So I really think the two other people, they deserve what they got. The wife and the friend, they deserve what they got in this episode. So what do you think, TJ? Do you think they deserve what they got?
Oh, they definitely did. So it's like, so they pretend that they're possessed when they're in the room, and she pretends to shoot the guy, and then she pretends to shoot herself in the head. Now, yep. It's funny. Thinking about the episode's funny because it's like you see the blood on the guy, but you don't see anything about her. She does the movement of shooting herself in the head and falling to the ground. It's like the guy didn't even go in to check. Like maybe she could have missed or whatever, but she had no blood on her when she gets up. When they reveal, because he's sitting there dying. Also, it's the Vincent Price Pit and the Pendulum too, with the
yes,
which is also basically the same thing as House on Haunted Hill, where they're plotting against the guy to get his money, and they're really in love. His best friend and his wife are actually in love. So that's there's nothing original about this episode. Though the ending's kind of different, but so yeah, and then he has a heart attack, and he's sitting there dying, and that's the thing too. The ghost screws all three of them.
Oh,
because
yeah.
Part of the thing in the Ouija thing is the ghost of the guy who they're up until this point, we think it's real, and the ghost says, "Hey, you got to drop the key into the crevice in the floorboards." So when they get in there and they're, doing whatever happens, he drops the key in there. And then they go through their whole spiel of pretending to shoot him and then kill herself. And then he has the heart attack. And we find out that, they were plotting to kill him and cause all this to happen so they can get his money. But then the ghost intervenes and basically, I guess he could have, maybe the heart attack was that massive because I think it's set up that he has a heart problem. I can't remember or not.
I think so, because he's taken the pills. I think at one time we seen him taking.
Right. Okay. So,
and two, I like the scene where the wife and the friend are arguing. Each one of them thought that they made up the story about dropping the key in the crotch.
Yeah.
That was the ghost. That was part of the ghost screwing them all over with that, which I liked.
Yeah. So yeah, they deserve what they got, but I think the ghost was malicious because the ghost obviously knew what was the plot was, that they were going to do that. So basically, the ghost wanted them all dead.
Yeah.
Because the ghost could have intervened and saved the other guy.
I think he wanted his house back.
Yeah, I think that probably was, yeah. That was probably...
He didn't like these people being in his house.
I mean, equity, it means a lot, I don't know.
So, yeah, I think the madness room is, like TJ said, the part where the wife pretends to shoot herself in the head is, slightly hokey. But the overall plot of the story, even though we've seen it done, in slightly different ways in a lot of, films and other television series and stuff like that. It was even done. This was kind of done in and all through the house. The Tales from the Crypt episode where Larry Drake plays the killer Santa Claus, the escapee from the mental hospital who's dressed in a Santa Claus suit, because the wife kills. I mean, her husband is an obvious asshole at the beginning of that, and I don't think Stuart Whitman's character in the Madness Room is an asshole. But
he's oblivious. He doesn't know that his best friend and his wife are cheating on him with each other. It's like, is he sort of stupid? I mean, if he's a rich guy, he has to have some kind of smarts to make money, and unless like certain people, he got his money through his family, and he just.
I guess it's one of those things where he's so in love with his wife that he's kind of blind.
Yeah, and doesn't see that his best friend is like, it's just okay. So he's sort of hapless. So the ghost sort of saw a stooge that he could probably take advantage of. I think the ghost is the most evil person, I think, in the whole entire. I mean, the couple, the wife and friend are pretty evil, but this ghost is just like beyond.
So, moving on, now we're going to get back into a little bit of a comedy element with this next episode, which is If the Shoes Fit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let TJ kick this one off and talk about this a little bit.
It stars Dick Shawn. If anybody's seen the Angel movie, they know who Dick Shawn is from that. He played May. I guess I'm not going to say what he was because I don't know what the right term is. So people know who May is from.
Yes.
From Angel. So he's been around. He's 1,000 years. He was 1,000 years old when this episode came out, I think.
Exactly.
So he's a politician, basically, and he's basically a corrupt politician. And he comes to he comes to this hotel, and he's sort of these weird, quirky characters like the bellhop and the maid and whatever. And this one I didn't watch. I forgot all about this episode. And I think he's basically, he's a clown, literally.
Yeah, and he literally becomes a clown by the end of
Yeah.
the episode.
I mean, he does all the, I think he's also like plays like the religious card too. Doesn't he do that? Or am I thinking of something else? Nah, maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
Mm.
But he's basically he's definitely a corrupt politician, and
Tries to pull the wool over people's eyes by, like what they say about politicians, like shaking people's hands and kissing babies and stuff like that. He's one of those types of guys.
He has affairs and all that stuff. He's far from squeaky clean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, without really like remembering any of the funny scenes. I know there's just it's a little slapsticky too. I like that.
The bellboy like brings him his clothes that he's supposed to wear, and he's like, he gets a little angry at that point because he's brought him these big old clown shoes and clothes that seem like they're way too big for him. And so he's like, I can't believe, you brought me this. What is this? And things just keep getting weirder and weirder as it goes on till, like I said, he literally becomes a clown in a little clown car at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
And all through the episode, he keeps trying to call his, I don't know if it's his campaign manager or what. And he's like, why did you send me to this crazy place? Why did you send me to this hotel where they're like giving me all these weird clothes and everybody acts so strange? And I really think that maybe this episode was trying to say what the political climate was
Oh,
at
it
that
definitely was.
time. And we probably wouldn't be able to do this now. Somebody wouldn't be able to make an episode like that now, because people get their panties in a bunch over so much stuff now, and there's more repercussions of like making fun of somebody that could possibly have some power. So I think at this point, people are probably afraid to do that, or many people are.
I don't know. During a certain president's reign, Saturday Night Live had no problem.
Oh yeah, exactly. Saturday Night Live, that was the exception to the rule there.
They had no problem doing that. No,
I think Saturday Night Live has made fun of every president we've ever had in the United States, though, pretty much.
Yeah, say what you will about being too liberal or whatever. They made fun of everybody. They didn't just.
Oh yeah.
Whether or not they're funny, the show is funny anymore. It's like at least they go both sides. They're not like, because that's my thing with politics. I'm like both sides. I don't believe either side. I don't want to get into that. Let's not get into politics, but I'm just saying that.
I did want to bring up, and this may seem off topic, but when TJ said that, on Saturday Night Live, they pretty much make fun of everybody. The comedian Gallagher, who has sadly passed away, the guy that used to smash the watermelons and all kinds of other things. I did get to see him a few years before he passed away, and it was fun. I didn't think I'd ever get to see Gallagher live, but he came to Louisville, and me and Steve went. But anyway, I was talking to a coworker back when I was still working with the library in IT, and this guy was telling me, he said, yeah, he said, me and my wife don't much care for Gallagher because he embarrasses people. And I'm like, when people come up on stage with Gallagher, when he used to do the old shows,
Yeah.
They knew what they were getting into when they come on stage. If they knew anything about Gallagher, they knew what they were getting into. And Gallagher made fun of everybody. He made fun of men. He made fun of women. he was, you know, he didn't just pinpoint one group of people or one type of person to make fun of. He just basically made fun of everybody. And I
Yeah.
think that's the mark of a good comedian. If you pinpoint a certain group or something, feelings are going to get hurt. If you make fun of everybody, then I don't think anybody really pays attention to it that much. They see it as pure entertainment. But anyway, moving right along from If the Shoes Fit is another kind of, this one's a kind of dark episode, the levitation
Yep.
episode. So, TJ, you want to talk a little bit about that one?
So these two punk ass kids go to this.
Yeah,
go to
one's
this,
a lot more podcast than the other, I think.
yeah. The white kid is the annoying one. Anyway, so these two friends go to this carnival. And there's a sideshow act magician that they've heard a lot about, who, older magician's been around for years. They want to see him because they're fans. They want to see him. And he basically, they heard, he can do all these amazing things. And then when they come to the show, he's doing the basic, David Copperfield and Terror Train, the basic.
Exactly. Parlor or whatever you want to call it.
So the one kid's very disappointed, and he's like, "We want to see, your good stuff. You used to be, a great magician. Now you're just like a hack." And his big trick was the levitation, and they're like, "Let's do the levitation." And his assistant, who's probably been with him for years and years, is like, "You can't do that. He doesn't do that anymore. He can't do that anymore. It's not something he does. He can't do that." And she's like, "You can't do this." And the boy just keeps he's a real dick.
Right. I've never seen anybody heckle a magician before, but essentially that's what this guy does.
Yeah. And the guy's like, "Fine, you want to see the levitation? Fine, get up there." And the assistant's like, "You can't do this." He's like, I'm doing it. So he starts his little spiel, and the guy starts rising slowly up after the guy. He's like, rise. He's really getting intense, and the guy starts to rise, and then his friend jumps up, watching what's happening. Is like, he's amazed at what's happening, but then the guy starts floating up more and more, and then the magician gets a heart attack, and he's basically dying. And the guy keeps floating, and then as the magician's dying, he pulls on this cord, and it rips open the top of the tent that they're in, and the guy keeps rising up higher and higher, and his friend, who I think his friend should have got up a little bit faster than he did. Maybe he's in shock. I don't know. So the friend is like, "No," and he's like screaming, "No, come back!" And then the guy gets higher and higher, and he goes through the rip in the tent, and then the friend finally gets up as the guy's out of reach, and the guy and the guy wakes because he's in a trance, but then he wakes up. Mm-hmm. So he's seeing himself float higher and higher and hearing everything's going around him, but he's in a trance and he can't move, and he's basically stuck. And all his friend can do is scream while he disappears up into the air, and and it just ends with him floating up into the air. And it's like he's like floats up right past the end of the screen, and that's the end of the episode.
And correct me if I'm wrong, TJ, but isn't the reason why he didn't want to do that levitation is because his daughter had been his assistant, and he did that with her.
Yeah,
and
he basically hit the skipping happen. Yeah,
floated away like the guy does at the end.
Yeah,
but yeah, this one was a little bit. You had If the Shoes Fit, which, like we said, was a little bit more comedic and slapstick and all that.
Yeah.
And making fun of politicians. And then you get this dark, we're back into a darker episode, which some people might be shocked, even TJ might be shocked, but this is not one of the episodes that I like really well. I mean, it's effective and everything, and I can't really pinpoint why I don't like it nearly as well as some of the others. It
Yeah.
just, it seems kind of drawn out. It just seems like it could have been tightened up a little bit. Maybe a few less scenes with that annoying punk ass kid as TJ Cody.
Yeah.
Maybe a few less scenes of him heckling the magician.
Yeah.
One time probably would have been enough for me, but they kind of dragged it out a little bit, but not an awful episode. Just it's a little bit down on a lower rung of the ladder. Yeah, I think most everybody did go to bed because people quit chatting. The last thing was at 11:05 when John sits on the back Carol came.
I mean, we're almost done. I think next time we should split it in half.
Yeah, and that's probably a good idea, which is actually what I think I did with the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
I split it into two. So yeah, when we do the second season, we'll split it into two halves. That way people don't go into a coma.
Yeah.
Oh, John says he's
hey, John.
waiting on the wife to land at the Nashville airport. That's right, because John's wife was on a trip. John says, y'all make me want to watch the whole series now. Well, that's good. That's what
we spoiled all the endings for you. You gave us all the good stuff.
But I did warn people. So moving right along to the next episode is It All Comes Out in the Wash.
Yes.
Which I thought was an interesting one, but I'm going to turn it over to TJ first to talk about a little bit.
All comes out in the wall. This is a funny one, I think. But it's also I think this one has a statement behind it too. It's got James Hong in it, which is great. I love James Hong. And Vince Edwards plays Cary Gropper.
Mr. Gropper.
He's not a good guy.
No, he's not.
Speaking of, we're talking about from the guy Gideon from Trick or Treat and Upson Pratt. He's another guy who's just like, he does things for money. He doesn't care about who he hurts, and he finds out through a friend of his who accidentally told him something in a drunken stupor that there's this guy who owns this dry cleaning place, and he can literally wash away your sins so you don't feel guilty about anything you do. So this guy, who isn't a great guy to begin with, I don't know why he all of a sudden it gets to a point where he's bothered by how he is, I guess.
Yeah, because this guy, we're talking about a guy that cheats on his wife, doesn't really care about his kid.
Yeah, no. He there's this part where a friend of his finds out his friend of his is dead, and he's like, well, buy up all. He talks to his secretary, buy up all the stock, and then the wife calls, and he's like, oh, it's a tragedy. Oh, I'm so sorry. And it's like, no, I would never buy up all the stock because he died. What? You're crazy. I wouldn't do that.
That is almost exactly like Upson Pratt. So, yeah.
And so James Hong owns the dry cleaner, and back then it was a stereotypical thing for an Asian dry cleaner, and but I think because James Hong is such a good actor, and that he's not playing a stereotypical character, he's doing a stereotypical job, but he's not playing it. He's playing it like a regular person, and he's not being a stereotypical, which I like. So I mean, if they got like a less experienced actor who maybe was just doing it for exposure or the money, they might like. I have a feeling that the writer probably didn't. That's another thing too. I don't know about the writer. Like I'm just making assumptions now, but I won't do that. I'll just say that I like how James Hong played played a really good character, and broke away from being anything stereotypical. So I just wanted to say that. But then it's a funny episode. A lot of his lines are funny. I like. I did write down some of the Vince Edwards' character when he says a lot of really funny things to his secretary. Like he says, let's see. Let's see. Damn, where did I write that down? Damn, where did I write it down? I thought I wrote it down. Wait a minute.
Trust us, though, guys. There are some funny lines of dialogue in there.
Yeah. I thought I was prepared.
I just like how he keeps saying, "Mr. Cropper." It's like so
Yeah.
forceful and like
Oh,
I'm
here
gonna
we go. Okay.
go live at some point.
He keeps saying. So when he wants his secretary to leave, he'll say something to her, then he'll go vanish.
Vanish, yeah.
Or he'll go evaporate. Like he has something for every time he throws her out, which I think that's funny because it builds up. So anyway, so he keeps. So all these things happen with him, and so there's a point where he's not supposed to tell anybody. It's supposed to be a secret. The guy who told him wasn't supposed to tell anybody. And when he goes to James Hong's character, he says, "Look, there are these rules, and you have to follow these rules, or, I'm not gonna clean your. I'm not gonna do your. I'm not gonna do your dirty work. Technically. So I'm not gonna clean your dirty clothes anymore. And I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna wash away your sins anymore. So you can't tell anybody is one of the big things. So he basically lets it slip, and James Hong finds out, and he doesn't pick up his laundry anymore, and all his guilt and all this stuff starts building up, and he starts freaking out about it, and he's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, and he's talking to himself, and he keeps trying to call, and he's like, trying to make all these excuses. Like, I didn't mean to do it. And he gets, at one point he gets mad, and he's like, you got to come here and you got to take care of this. So he finally gets a call, and James Hong goes, guess what? I just won the lottery. Me and my wife are going to go take a trip. We're out of here. I'm no longer in the washing away sins business.
Yes.
So you have a great life. I'm going. Bye. Have a nice day. And he hangs up the phone. And Vince Edwards is like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And he's like, he looks out towards the window, and he's like thinking to himself, and he's like, oh, I know what I'm gonna do. And right before he runs and jumps out the window, he says a bunch of stuff, and he's just like, yeah, oh well, I'm just gonna. He basically kills himself because he can't handle all the guilt.
Yeah. But again, I would have to agree with TJ that, like, why did this guy all of a sudden get religion, so to speak? Yeah. Why now was he, oh, I've got too much guilt. I've got to go have this guy wash away my sins.
Yeah.
But that's a small point. But this is a very entertaining episode. I mean, with the suicide part of it, it gets kind of dark, but the other stuff, with him interacting with the secretary, with him interacting about the special dry cleaning services, all of that is, to me, it's very entertaining. And so then you have that pretty dark part where he jumps out the window and kills himself. But again, it's television, so we don't see anything. We
Yeah.
don't see the aftermath. We don't see the bloodied, flattened body on the sidewalk where he kept, if this had been a horror movie that was a hard R or whatever, yeah, we would have seen that. But in a way, I think this is more effective.
Yeah.
He's running for that glass, and that the office building that he's on one of the upper floors. So when you hear that breaking glass, that he's jumped out that window and he's dead. There's no coming back from that. So that's one of those things that I feel like is more effective, that we didn't see anything in that case, because we didn't really need it. That would have just been gratuitous,
Yeah.
I think, even if they could show that on TV. So yeah, another really, I think a solid episode. All the actors and actresses interacted with each other well and seemed to mesh well. So that brings us to the episode that TJ hinted at a little bit earlier, which is Bigelow's Last Smoke. So take it away, TJ. I'll let you talk about this a little bit.
Okay. Well, it's about a guy who has a bad smoking habit, and he basically finds this company that can help him get rid of his habit. They basically lock him in his room and they torture him. I mean, it's a pretty simple.
Yeah, and it isn't the whole thing tied to his health insurance through work. Doesn't that come up? Like he signed up for better health, kind of like a healthy tips thing, and this is what they did to him.
Yeah, he didn't know the extent of what he signed, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they basically tortured him with sound, like this loud, buzzer, and he has conversations with a guy on the other side, like in another room, who's like, trade me some of your, trade me your cigarettes, and I'll it's like, I'll do this for you, you do this for me, and basically everything that's happening is just trying to screw with him to get him to stop smoking.
Right.
And he's at one point, the guy's like, all right, give me all your cigarettes and I'll help you out. And he's like, can I keep like two? He's like, no, you can keep one. That's it.
Exactly.
And it's like, well, if he's trying to be logical, it's like, well, if you can leave me, I'll still get in trouble if I smoke one of these. So what does it matter? What isn't it the same with you? That kind of thing. But we find out that everything's just to screw with him, so he'll stop smoking. And then he gets the guy who's handling his case or whatever pops in every once in a while on a video screen.
That's kind of creepy, I think.
Yeah. It's a little bit high tech because it's like the thing's like the whole room is set up basically.
It's kind of like, it almost seems like a metaphor for Big Brother. Big Brother watching you.
Yeah.
Watching everything you do.
So he finally gives up smoking. So he's in his apartment and he's like, oh, I don't feel like smoking anymore. And he starts drinking coffee, the fresh coffee in the morning. And then the guy comes down and goes, okay, now we're going to deal with your caffeine habit. And it ends there.
See, I would be, I never had a smoking habit, but if they, wanted to trap me in my apartment or whatever for drinking, too many of these, I'd be dead because they would have to be giving me demerits all the time. Yeah, I would lose my mind because I don't think I could give these things up. I have given them up for short amounts of time, but I don't think I could give them up totally. Which I'm glad it's not drugs or something like that, because I'd be in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
Um, so I believe the main guy on Bigelow's Last Smoke, isn't that Robert Romanus's brother?
Richard, yeah.
Yeah. So he kind of looks like him.
Mm-hmm.
They both look very, very similar. But I thought that this, again, this was essentially a one man show. I mean, you had somebody talking to him periodically on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
You had the guy flashing up on the TV every once in a while. But Robert Romanus or Richard Romanus's character um, was the main thread of it, and I think he did a really good job of going between saying, "Okay, you want me to go without smoking? I'll go without smoking," to being
Mm.
crouched in a corner while they were playing the loud sounds and the flashing lights
Yeah.
and all of that. So very effective for anybody that has any kind of addiction to anything, whether it's caffeine, cigarettes, food, maybe even drugs. You know, you're
Mm.
going to feel that guy's pain when he's basically being tortured for doing something that's a habit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like this episode. It's probably at near the top of my list, or maybe the middle of my list of favorites. Um, which
And
brings us to the next to last episode, which is Grandma's Last Wish, and I
yes.
really like this one too.
This one's
Uh,
funny, and it's very like, oh, it's about old people and about how you got to treat old people right, or
treat
you
them with
could
respect.
respect, or you'll get a little bit of trouble there.
Mhm.
I like the cast. It has
Isn't that the young girl? Isn't that Kelly Wolf?
yes, who played the daughter? Yeah, from she's in the Graveyard Shift.
Yes, she is.
That's the main thing I remember her from.
Hmm.
In this episode of Tales from the Darkside. And Jane Cornell plays Grandma, and she's been around forever. She was on Broadway. She was in MAME, and she was in the movie version with the terrible version with Lucille Ball. And she was on a lot. She was on Bewitched. There was a great episode where she plays Martha Washington. That's a funny episode. She's been around. She's been in everything. I mean, she was in The Rabbit Test with Billy Crystal. Have you ever seen that movie?
I have not seen that one.
Where he gets pregnant? Yeah. That's right.
I need to watch that now.
Yeah, it was an interesting 70s movie. The guy who played the husband, Paul Avery, what the hell has he been in?
He seemed familiar.
Yeah.
Familiar.
Whatever. So it's about his grandmother, and she's, hard of hearing. She has a bad leg.
She forgets things.
She forgets things, see, I just forgot. And her family is just, she's got her granddaughter. The granddaughter reminds me so much of Gilda Radner. Just the way she acts, and she kind of looks like her a very little bit, but Gilda Radner did a character where she was a little girl and she was jumping around and doing flips, and that's what she reminded me of. And she had the sort of the high pitched voice, and she's just like, she's a cheerleader, and she's a young '80s girl, so she likes to go with her boyfriend and go on dates, and she gets the phone calls, and she's on the phone all the time.
She wants to go out with Buzz. She keeps talking about Buzz.
And the mother's like, she's a regular mother. She's like, she's trying to take care of the grandmother, and she's on the phone with her friends all the time, and she's fighting her daughter for the phone, and it's just basically an '80s sitcom family, basically. But the grandmother is just like, she's trying to, be a grandmother. She's trying to get her. She's like tucking in her granddaughter's shirt into her sweatpants, and she's she's like, did you get me some olives? We're out of olives. And it's like, Grandma, I haven't gotten to the olives. And she's like, what? And this is a lot of that. There's a lot of that. What did you say? She's got some good lines too. There's a great line where she says to her, she's nagging her son, and the son goes, get off my back. And she goes, I'm your mother. That's where I belong.
Typical mother and grandmother behavior.
Mm-hmm. And so she falls and breaks her hip, basically. And the family's like, we got to send you to a nursing home, Grandma. And she's like, no, please don't. I can't go to one of those places. And this is like, we can't take care of you. And you don't, you can't, you need full attention.
And she says things like, she asked her daughter-in-law, she says, May, did I leave my toothbrush in your bed again? Or I'll forget about the olives. Yeah, you can forget about the olives, because she thinks if she tells them stuff like that, then maybe they won't send her to the nursing home.
Yeah. Which is kind of sad. It's like, she doesn't want to go to the nursing home, and it's like, well, what do you do in that situation? And it's like, so they the guy who the manager of the nursing home comes in and is telling them they start showing slides of
all these old
and it's
people.
all these old people all happy, and they're at a birthday party, and they're reading, and it's like they're so happy to be in an old folks home. Like,
exactly like that would happen.
It's these funny fake staged photos, which are really funny to look at. And the guy's like, well, we can get a nurse in there, and then it'll cost you extra, and then we could have
extra.
And then he goes, and then we have pay toilets. And then he stops and he's like, I'm kidding about the pay toilets. And
that guy was such a dork.
Yeah, he's a very yeah. He's like, hey, Grandma, can I call you Grandma? Oh, well, they have this and they have that. It's so fun. And they're like, doesn't that sound great? Don't you just love that? So they're going to send her to the nursing home. So they're having her party, to her going away party, her final, farewell. And they're like, Grandma, would you like to make a wish? Yeah, Grandma. And they're like, encourage her. Yeah, Grandma, go make a wish. Yeah, make a wish. And Mom, make a wish. And she's sitting there thinking, and she's like, oh, I have a wish. And he goes, what is it? We can't, if you don't tell us, we can't make it come true. And then she's just sitting there smiling, and you hear her inside voice go, oh, I have a wish. And then, but I love Tales from the TV versions where it would go to a commercial, and it would go, the music would go, ba-bum, 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 and the title card would come up. And then you'd have a commercial, and then you'd come back from the commercial, and then you'd go, ba-bum, 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 and it'd have the title card, and then you'd go back into the scene. So we come back to the scene, and the mother. So what happens now is everything starts happening bad to the family. The wife breaks her leg. The husband's, he can't hear well. The little girl hurts her neck, and they're slowly in pain, and everything that happened to the grandmother is seemingly happening to them.
Yep.
And then it gets to a point where the grandmother is getting better, and she's hearing better, and she's walking better, and
she looks younger.
She looks younger and more vital, and the everybody's like, what? They can't hear. And she's like, hello, what? I can't hear you. What did you say? Can't you just listen? The grandmother starts yelling at them. And it's so funny that she's kind of getting some payback. then it's sort of the last day there, and they're having like a cake for her, and they're having a little party where they're like, it's her going away party, and they start sort of fading out, and they're like, I remember, Mom, and the son is like, Mom, remember when you were young and you were on stage and I came to see you and you look so beautiful, and I remember this. And then everybody starts sort of like fading out of their minds a little bit, and they're starting to hunch over, and they're starting to talk a little gravelly, and the I remember when I was younger. And then the daughter's like, I remember when I was young. And the doorbell rings, and the grandmother, she's practically running to the door. And
spry now.
Yeah, she's all spry and smiling, and she's all chipper, and she's like, she answers the door, and it's the guy's like, oh, you ready to go to the nursing home? And she's like, oh, I'm gonna say it to my family, and she's like, I think they might be wanting to go to the nursing home with me. And then we flash to them, and the guy looks, and he's shocked at what he's seeing, and then we see all the family, and they've turned into ancient old people, and they're all wrinkled and white hair, and their faces kind of remind me of the Twilight Zone episode, The Masks.
Oh, yes.
If you look back at those masks and you see some of their faces, I think there might be some kind of nod to the. I mean, I could be wrong, but their faces look very similar to those mask faces. So they're just all sitting there, and they're all old and hunched over, and she's just smiling ear to ear because, haha! Now my family knows what it's like to be old.
Yeah, she got her wish. That was Grandma's wish.
It just ends. We don't know what happens.
No. Maybe they do go to the nursing home with her. Or maybe she stays in the house and sends them all to the nursing home.
Or maybe they learn their lesson and they'll be nicer to her, but then is she going to go back to the way she was? So maybe it's the happy ending is that she's better and now they're dealing with it. So
I always like this episode too, because it wasn't really a scary episode or a creepy episode. I mean, some people might think it's kind of gross when the rest of the family gets all old and hunched over and stuff like that. But I just found the whole episode to be pretty comedic. I don't think there were any really dark parts of that episode. But that brings us to the final episode.
Oh my God, it's 12:10 a.m. It's tomorrow already. Jeez.
Yes, it is. The False Prophet, which I will say right up front, this is probably one of my least favorite episodes of the entire series. But I want to hear what TJ thinks about it.
Well, first of all, it has everybody's favorite mom from A Nightmare on Elm Street, Ronnie Blakely. That's great. Which I think her kind of 60s flower child, slightly stoned, not their attitude works very well for the character.
It does.
It's a spooky episode, I think, but it's also slightly comedic. Just maybe it's because of the way she's playing the character.
Yeah, she's so spiky and almost like an airhead type of person.
So she's this. So Ronnie Blakely is this flighty character named Cassie, who believes in. I'm sure she believes in crystals, and she believes in tarot cards, and she really believes in all the.
She reads tea leaves and.
Yeah. So she. Oh yeah, that's right. That's a scene in the episode where she's reading her own tea leaves or whatever. So there's this. It's basically a computer. It's like a phone booth, or more, or maybe like a one of those picture taking booths where you go in, you close the curtain, whatever. So this is it's basically a machine that is a fortune telling machine that she goes to, and she was told by another fortune telling machine to come to this town and come to this. I think basically come to this. Is it an airport or it's a bus stop or something like that?
Yeah, like a bus station with a little cafe in it.
Yeah. So she goes to this thing and it's like, oh, basically I was told to come and meet like the man of my dreams or something like that. And she sees this the telephone booth box thing,
And it's called
electronic age fortune booth, like the fortune booth of the future. There we go.
and this one is called Horus X, and she had been talking to one where she came from, Madam X.
Yeah.
This is Horus X.
So it's telling her all these things, and it's telling her beware the false prophet, and it and she's like confused, and then there's this sort of, is he like a preacher? I guess. I think it was a preacher.
Yeah, he's a weird kind of preacher that shows up.
There's this preacher character who's sort of, I don't know if he's attracted to her, let's say, but he's trying to convert her into something. I don't know what he's trying to convert her into. I don't know. Trying to convert her into his pants, possibly.
I think that's the main thing.
So he's just like, kind of listen to me, and I know what I'm talking about, and I'll steer you the right way, type of thing. And then she's basically torn between him and the fortune telling booth, and it's basically scaring her and telling her, this guy. He's basically, in so many words, saying this guy is dangerous, and you gotta stay away from this guy, and only I can help you. And she's torn, and she just finally goes to the booth one last time. And the booth is saying to her, Cassie, I'm the one you came here to meet. I'm the one. See, the other booth is my mother, and she basically set us up.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? She was the mother, I guess. His mother.
I think so. I think that was the indication. But so I mean, did you like this episode, TJ?
I thought it was fun. I thought like the ending's creepy because she goes in and the preacher guy comes and looks for her and opens the curtain, and she's now become part of the machine, and you hear her voice go, "Help me," or something, something like that. I think it's kind of a creepy ending because she's sort of.
The ending, I will agree, is creepy, but I just wasn't. It didn't seem to take me along for the ride like some of the other episodes did. It just seemed to be a little bit weaker episode to me. But I do agree that ending is pretty creepy, where she's basically, it sort of reminds me of, you remember that horror anthology film, Nightmares?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there was an episode with a segment with Emilio Estevez, the Bishop of Battle.
The video game, yeah.
Where he actually ends up inside the video game. So it's sort of like that for me.
But if you don't like Ronnie Blakely, I mean, nobody from Dead Pit probably wants to watch it, but
probably not. So John did say, makes me want to sit around on a rainy day and watch this all day. Yeah. And actually, it's going to be rainy here and stormy tomorrow. So if you don't have to work, you might, and it's going to be raining in your neck of the woods, you might want to pop in and, if we haven't run all the endings for you, you can sit there and watch it. But, yeah, we've been going on for over 4 hours with these, so definitely going to split the second season up into two.
It's another 24 episodes. So yeah, we maybe do the first 12 and then do the last 12.
So TJ, I'll ask you on here: do you want to do it on Wednesday again?
Yeah, that might be best for me. Yeah.
Okay. So we will return next Wednesday with the first half of season 2 of Tales from the Darkside, and we've got one person in here. I don't know if that's John or
I
somebody
think it's
else.
me because I'm logged on. I'll log
Could
off.
be.
If there's 0, that means there's nobody in there.
So I want to thank everybody that came out for this and hung out with us as we were talking about these different episodes. And I want to thank TJ for being my co-host on this stream. And
Thank you for having me.
Oh, anytime. I want to thank you in advance too, TJ, because you're going to be covering all the other seasons with me as well. So
yeah.
We're going to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly as far as Tales from the Darkside, I think. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do my dinner with De Palma tomorrow night or not. I have been fighting a cold for days.
Yeah.
You guys might, I know I talk a lot when I do these, but you may have noticed my voice kind of sounded kind of scratchy. So who knows? I might not even be able to talk tomorrow. Or actually today, rather. So anyway, with all that being said, I'm going to skedaddle on out here for the night, and I will see anybody that's still in here.
And until next time, try to enjoy the daylight.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.